All right, I think we're ready to go. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Welcome back. This is day 2 of Land and Water Conservation Technical Review. And we've got another series of projects. All right, I think we're ready to go. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Welcome back. This is day 2 of Land and Water Conservation Technical Review. And we've got another series of projects. I think we're ready to go. Thank you, everyone. Whoops. I am so sorry. The technical aspects of this is my least favorite part of technical review. Thank you again for your patience. So day 2, we are ready to kick this off. I am Deanne Beck with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office. Local governments and other eligible applicants are requesting funds to acquire and develop outdoor recreation sites for public access. Today, I serve as moderator for a team of agency and citizen volunteers who will review these grant proposals and help applicants prepare for upcoming evaluations. The Recreation and Conservation Funding Board will approve the final ranked list of projects in October. You may visit our website at rco.wa.gov for more information about grants for protecting these important recreation sites. And with that, we're going to get our first presenter of the day ready to go. Danelle, I'm going to go ahead and pass the remote control to you.
Okay.
You should be able to click and take control. Got it. That looks like that's you. Okay.
Okay, there it goes.
All right. So this is a timed presentation. I will be timing you, Danelle. And we've asked our committee members to hold comments and questions until you're done. You have 12 minutes to present today, so you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Donnell Diao from the City of Mountlake Terrace. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Veterans Memorial Park Revitalization Project. Mountlake Terrace is located in southern Snohomish County and is bordered by 5 different cities: Linwood, Briar, Edmonds, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park. Interstate 5 divides the city in half. The project site is located at Veterans Memorial Park, just east of Interstate 5, in the heart of the city's redeveloping town center. This project serves community members within a half-mile walking distance of the park, along with commuters arriving from the adjacent Mountlake Terrace Transit Center and Sound Transit Light Rail Station. Known for its trees, Veterans Memorial Park is 8.3 acres of second growth forest. The development portion of this park pictured here is in the southeast corner of the property and hosts most of the amenities. This is the second phase of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan. This project will redevelop the upper plateau with installation of a new playground, picnic shelter, and restrooms. Additionally, the project will relocate the Veterans Memorial to a new plaza space, widen and illuminate a new pedestrian walking loop, and improve street frontage. Utilizing the conceptual plan for the basis of design, we've added a new restroom facility and made minor adjustments to existing park amenities with goals of improving accessibility, use, and safety, while also intentionally preserving the surrounding natural habitat. Now to identify the need and local priorities. Planning for this project has been in the works for years. Through numerous interactions with local residents, stakeholders, and committees, park priorities were identified. Walk sheds were developed at quarter-mile and half-mile traveling distances to define service areas and assist with conducting gap analysis. Veterans Memorial Park is one of 5 neighborhood parks within the city of Mountlake Terrace. Each of these parks varies in size and amenities. Given the location and proximity to the town center, light rail, and redeveloping town center, this park has the potential to be a highly used space due to its valuable wooded landscape and assorted amenities. This project satisfies a need to plan for the future. Over the next 20 years, Mountlake Terrace is preparing for growth of an additional 10,900 residents and a need for 11,148 jobs and 16,816 housing units. The majority of this growth will occur in the city's town center, which encompasses Veterans Memorial Park. Most of the existing infrastructure is approaching or beyond 20 years of age and in need of replacement. The existing playground equipment was installed in 2005. The equipment is weathered, outdated, and doesn't fit the current needs of the community. A large portion of this project focuses on restoring and improving accessibility around the park. As seen in these images, the existing walking loop is narrow and bumpy and with fractures and uneven terrain. The existing park frontage is also a barrier for park users, with access restricted by a large rockery wall and staircase along 58th Avenue West. This project creates a more user-friendly and inviting entrance to this active area of the park. Written here is one of many overarching goals identified in the Recreation and Parks Open Space Plan. In alignment with the RPOS goals, this project will result in the removal of barriers, increased access for our nearby senior community members, improved amenities supporting health and wellness, and gathering spaces to build and strengthen community. The scope of work for this project was developed from community input during the creation of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan and RPOS update. On the left is the conceptual plan for the entire park. The work was divided into two phases. The first phase is a fully funded $4.5 million project to construct paved and illuminated pathways through the lower region of the park. The second phase focuses on the developed area and amenities of the upper lawn. Existing conditions illustrate the need for an increased accessibility. The playground and picnic shelter are also identified for replacement based on age and condition. Additionally, restrooms are planned for installation as there is a lack of public restrooms in the city. Addressing these issues through design, our team thoughtfully approached 10 major components of our revitalization project. Since the fall of 2023, the design has progressed to a 60% level. To improve accessibility, the walking loop will be widened and grades adjusted. Pedestrian lighting will be installed along the loop for increased safety. Lighting will be programmed to support both pedestrian use and wildlife habitat. The design includes a nature-themed accessible playground with glass fiber reinforced concrete pieces to mimic natural wood structures and rockeries. The use of GFRC reduces maintenance of natural materials and is a stronger product against certain forms of vandalism, such as carving. The play equipment consists of large play structure, basket swing, and a 2-bay swing set. Restrooms were a top priority based on public survey and comment. The depicted restroom is a prefabricated structure that will be situated just north of the playground, with pathways providing access from all directions. Getting a closer look at the layout, the restroom facility consists of 2 family-style restrooms and a chase. The facility will have a bottle filler and water fountain station on the exterior of the building. A small chase room separates the restrooms and provides access to utilities. The existing memorial is a plinth-like structure with a single flagpole. Through various interactions with the local American Legion Post 234, a new location and design was developed. The designated plaza space has a curved arch wall and 3 plinths to fly flags. The plaza is located at the front corner of the park to improve access, visibility, and usage. This slide shows the schematic design of a 16 by 20 foot picnic shelter that will replace the existing gazebo structure. The shed roof design is consistent with the roof style of the restroom facility. This shelter will accommodate 2 picnic tables for covered gathering space. Not easily seen from the street, the large open grass lawn on the interior of the park is an ideal gathering space to enjoy the forested scenery in what will eventually be a redeveloped high-density area. People will seek this opportunity to connect with the natural environment and green space. The street frontage and entrance to the park will be dramatically improved. The rockery wall that restricts access will be removed and the area regraded to allow users to traverse directly into the park from the newly expanded sidewalks. The ramps and crosswalks will also be renovated to support pedestrian transit. Developing cost estimates is challenging in this climate and construction market. Our design team spoke with vendors, analyzed comparable construction projects, and applied inflation. The cost estimate you see here on the right is the RCO format that was uploaded in Prism. The budget on the left shows the additional cost for design. The city has covered the initial 60% design effort and is not part of the pre-agreement costs. The project schedule is based on the anticipated grant agreement execution occurring in August of 2025. If funded, construction would be scheduled for summer of 2026. Next, we will discuss project engagement. This project has been in the development for years and discussed at several city council, board and commission, and user group meetings. Multiple methods of outreach were utilized, including in-person and online surveys, open house and stakeholder meetings, both in-person and virtual. There's strong public support for park and facility improvements within the city. The city used a variety of marketing tools such as social media, website notices, project web pages, and physical flyers to advertise meetings and opportunities for public feedback. We received over 1,000 respondents during the planning process for the park system. Results were tracked, analyzed, and formatted in a manner to allow for future project development. From the survey responses submitted, there is a need for more restrooms as well as newer equipment and facilities. Highlighted in the chart to the right are the elements this project will address. More recently, the city hosted hybrid meetings for project updates and discussion. An online survey was published to collect input on the specific types and style of playground equipment. In addition, staff met with the local American Legion group to collect feedback on the new design and location of the Veterans Memorial. Ecological sustainability was supported through preservation of the forested condition and stormwater management. Only 2 trees are slated for removal due to impacts associated with this project. During the next phase of design, mitigation for these removed trees will be identified and located. Additionally, any amount of runoff from hard surfaces will be infiltrated and remain on site to support the natural environment. From a social and economical perspective, the location of this project is key. The surrounding town center is currently experiencing heavy development as incoming light rail becomes operational later this year. Reconstructing this park to address barriers and create connectivity with the surrounding development will make this park a desirable destination. The renovations identified in this project are expected to support the additional need for open space and recreation facilities in the redeveloping town center. The city is choosing to install prefabricated buildings to conserve energy and minimize material waste. Project materials such as glass fiber reinforced concrete were selected to be aesthetically pleasing and reduce maintenance costs. The scope and scale of the project was also evaluated to avoid major increases to maintenance activities and costs. Phasing the development of the park master plan has led to significant cost savings. The city was able to utilize transportation funding from FHWA, PSRC, and Sound Transit to support phase one trail construction. For the second phase, the city can provide project management services and other in-kind services. The matching funds will be a combination of park impact fees and other local appropriations. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and for considering our project application.
Thank you, Danelle, and nice job on your timing. You had a few seconds left, but overall, really nice job with that. So do we have comments or feedback for Danelle? Jen?
Of course I do. Right. Great presentation. And I was just looking very carefully at the grant criteria. So I just jotted down a couple things that I didn't think were covered. In number 1, the need, anticipated use and fluctuation in use or demand. That was a piece I didn't hear. And then for 6, the project engagement. Describe the relevance of the participation for the size, demographic, or socioeconomic conditions. So hopefully if you touch on those, that could just increase your score.
Okay, thank you.
Alex.
Hi, Danelle. Great presentation, really precise, moved along nicely. The one thing that came to my mind is the good point you made about the proximity to the transit center and the growth in population. What I was unclear is whether or not the design reflects an anticipated impact of both through transit and visitation. Seems like a fairly intimate space, and I wasn't sure if you'd address that, and that would be something we'd, I think, benefit from understanding.
Okay.
Al.
Good flow, good presentation. One thing I might have missed, is there any non-government funding associated with the project? And if so, you might want to highlight that.
Okay.
Kevin.
Good morning. Hey, could you go to slide, I think it was 31. Yeah, I found this like sort of interesting that you did everything except the top priority, but is that because that really wouldn't be consistent with LWCF funding or something?
I should actually, maybe I should mention, so we have a local Ivy League group that's already working to remove invasives throughout the park. So I guess there's already a project dedicated towards those invasive removal.
Okay, and I think that that would also help near
Okay.
the back there where you have cost efficiencies. You could mention that too. That sort of volunteer work is great always. So
Okay.
and I have another question, and this really isn't. This is probably really more for maybe Kiera or the RCO folks. Kiera, our National Park Service representative. Much to my chagrin, my personal chagrin, a couple cycles back, a project related to a memorial for the Oso landslide was deemed not acceptable for LWCF funding, which I personally disagreed with. But and so I was just wanted to double check to make sure that there wouldn't be a problem with this project for the portion of it that relates to the Veterans Memorial. So that's maybe not something that we need to discuss here, but maybe RCO and Kiera can follow up on that, because I mean, I have no problem with it, but I didn't know we had that problem a couple of years back. So thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, Kevin. I too remember the OSO project from a couple years back. And we have not collectively had an opportunity, the grants manager, myself, and MPS, to talk about this one specifically. So we definitely will be following up on any questions of eligibility. So there are other things in the project that are clearly eligible. The memorial specific elements definitely have some follow-up questions and additional discussion required on that. So we'll be on top of it. But thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope it qualifies. So.
Yeah. Dan.
Hi, good morning, Donnell. Thank you for this. Just actually on this slide on 31, those top reasons for not visiting the park, that last one does not feel safe. If that's based on, physical features in the park, like that broken up trail, that's what, I think you explained that well. But if there's other safety concerns, that's lighting or things like that, I didn't hear throughout that's addressed in the design. So I'd say if it's going to be there, maybe calling that out, how that's being addressed might be beneficial. Or if it's not those concerns, tie it back to those physical site improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin.
Sorry, I hadn't lowered.
Oh, hold on. Okay. running a little bit, a couple minutes behind due to my slow start today, so I apologize for that. But any last comments or questions for Danelle? Okay, hearing none, Danelle, the committee will wrap up their written comments, and as will your grants manager. We'll be sending your application back to you for revisions, and we'll see you back in August.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. So we are looking for Monica.
Good morning. I'm here.
Oh, good morning, Monica. Good to see you again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So I am going to pass the remote to you.
All right. May I do one click just to be sure I gotcha?
I'm not quite there yet. Just
Okay, perfect.
I'll let you know when I think you should be able. Okay, you should be able to grab it now.
All right. Good morning, all of you. I appreciate your time on the committee. I'm Monica Tuberville with the City of Vancouver and excited to share the Schaefer Community Park Phase 2 development project. Let's see, it's not moving. There we go. Vancouver is Washington's 4th largest city. We're located in Clark County. We're bordered by the Columbia River and Portland to our south and Camas to the east. And Schaefer is in the north central section of the city. Here you see the Schaefer site with neighborhood and community parks that are in the surrounding area. I-205 is to the east and borders the area with SR 500 to the south. The Schaefer Hobby Farm was established in the 50s. Most of the trees on this property were planted by Mr. Schaefer, including a small orchard. The city purchased the 10-acre property in 2010. And I just have to mention our adorable goat crew that helped us with invasive plant control over the years. Here you see some photos of this beautiful property. My slides are not cooperating. My apologies. Here are some photos of the property with the quiet meadow in the center and mature tree canopy encircling the property. The site has a network of soft surface trails that were built by volunteers and its very own avatar tree. It's a black walnut with nearly a 5-foot diameter. Since the city's purchase in 2010, the property has served as a natural refuge for our local residents, and Schaefer is the only community park available for development to serve this area. The delay is overwhelming. There we go. Phase 1 development is funded and in process to establish basic infrastructure to support the proposed Phase 2 project. It's also scheduled for completion in the winter of 25. Phase 1 includes a central loop trail, entry pass system, security lighting, small picnic area, fenced dog space, but most significantly, completion of the 58th Street frontage improvements that's on the south, to ensure safe multimodal access to the site with parallel parking and a bike lane. The grant proposal is for Phase 2 development to provide community park recreation opportunities for this dense residential area. The proposal is consistent with our community goals, PROS plan, distribution standards, and the SCORP priorities. The design is intentional to preserve the natural character of the land and offer respite from this high residential density with more proposed. The city is requesting $2 million for assistance with this Phase 2 development. It's jumping slides on me. Beginning with criteria 1, public need. The community park standard is 3 acres per 1,000. They serve both walk to and drive to facilities with a 1/2 mile and 1.5 mile service area respectively. Community parks provide a wide range of recreation and community gathering spaces that are not available in neighborhood parks. The city is divided into 3 park impact fee districts that serve as independent planning areas to evaluate park need and equity metrics and committed funding boundaries. Schaefer is in District B with a population of 66,000 city residents, which is 34% of our city population. District B has experienced a 17% population increase in the last 10 years, with a community park deficit of 54 acres. The current PIF District B level of service is only 53% of the adopted standard. Our service area mapping model shows the Schaefer site and surrounding area, with the darker tan showing city jurisdiction and bright green both neighborhood and community parks. The closest developed community parks are county properties, including Orchards 2 miles to the east, but separated by I-205, and also Hazeldale over 3 miles to the west. The remainder are small neighborhood parks, some of which aren't developed. The peach shows the service area of city and county developed neighborhood and community parks, revealing the service area gaps in the area. The gray dashed line also defines how the project area is somewhat isolated due to the close proximity of freeways and major arterials. Here you see the half-mile walking service area and the 1.5-mile drive-to service area of Schaefer Community Park. The park will serve 22,300 current city residents alone, representing 9,600 homes. Once developed, the park will provide 77% of our level of service standard to residents that live within the Schaefer service area. It also improves the PIF District B deficit as a whole by 19%, and we have transit stops that are available 1/2 mile to the west and to the south. Compared to the state median, residents within the community park service area have 28% lower household income, 100% higher rates of disability, 43% higher people of color, 19% more residents under age 19, and 6% over 65, and 5% more households where English isn't spoken at home. Student demographics of the nearby elementary school compared to the state median are also showing higher percentages of English language learners, low-income homes, students with disabilities, and people of color. The natural park-like setting offers a 10-acre canvas of mature trees, quiet meadows, and creating a beautiful buffer from the dense urban setting. The property is vacant, level, and offers good distribution and interconnection with the community. The primary access is from the south on 58th Street, with additional access from the north and the west. The site is used extensively for walking and cross-circulation throughout the neighborhood and to the local elementary that's just 1 block to the west. The community priorities guiding site development include retaining the land's natural character, access, structured play for all ages and abilities, public safety, and active uses that are focused near 58th Street. The design features, including trails, play structures, picnic shelters, and passive uses afforded by the site, will provide many of the most valued park experiences that were identified in our PROS outreach. Project design is nearing 30% and will provide recreation and civic gathering opportunities for this unserved, high density and diverse residential community. It reduces the park deficit and implements community priorities for equitable access, public safety, and very mindful to enhance and protect the land's natural resources. The design includes an entry plaza at the south entrance with a picnic shelter, a small plaza and picnic area at the north, fully inclusive playground, nature play, extensive path network that weaves through the tree canopy connecting to the Central Loop Trail, a central event lawn, landscaping, and native pollinator planting areas, a restroom, and a 25-stall parking area that includes 3 ADA spaces. Preliminary due diligence site work is completed, and phase 1 will close out by winter of next year. The phase 2 development project can begin concurrently in the summer of 25 to be construction ready by the fall of 26, with completion anticipated the winter of 27. Phase 2 development cost total $5,295,000, including design, permitting, site prep, and construction. Estimates were determined by reference to our most recent projects with a percentage for inflation and contingencies. Project funding is through PIF, local general fund, and potential grants. Public outreach began in early of 22 to identify current uses, create a master plan for the site, and define construction phasing. Public engagement included 4 open houses and workshops, digital surveys and communications, on-site signage, and print and in-person resources with translations provided. Building community with our underrepresented residents was targeted to reach teens through community centers and summer camps and Latino cultural events and fairs. The outreach identified the guiding principles that have shaped our final master plan with a unified community vision and a defined phasing plan. We partnered with Urban Abundance to glean from the orchard to support the local food bank. Washington Trails Association developed and maintained soft surface trails on the site and installed 2 benches. Naturescaping program volunteers are excited to plant the natural landscapes proposed to support pollinators. And prior to structure demolition, we partnered with our fire department to use the residents for training. Retaining over 90% of our tree canopy creates a significant story of sustainability all by itself. The canopy improves air quality, cooling, and absorbs over 1.3 tons of pollutants a year, enhances water quality, stabilizes soils, and filters 198,000 gallons of runoff a year. Stores over 6 tons of carbon per year, and the 2 acres of natural plantings reduce water, fuel usage, and maintenance costs, and also creates pollinator and wildlife habitat. The design provides a broad spectrum of opportunity for active and passive uses, social interaction, and natural resource education for people of all ages and abilities through the inclusive and nature play structures. The wide meandering ADA accessible paths, a variety of picnic options for social gathering, quiet spaces throughout, and the picnic shelter also creates a host location for our summer meals program for kids of all ages at no cost. Cost efficiencies and construction readiness are realized with completion of due diligence and phase 1 infrastructure. Reduced government costs have been and will continue to be gained through partnerships with WTA volunteers for construction and maintenance of soft surface trails, estimated at over $20,000 to date. Cost sharing with the power company reduced underground utility relocation by over $150,000. Volunteer planting and maintenance of natural areas reduces maintenance and irrigation costs. Urban Abundance reduces costs to support the food bank and city maintenance. And finally, the partnership with the fire department provided a unique and valuable opportunity for training to improve safety and efficiency of fire personnel. And that concludes the presentation. I look forward to your comments. I apologize for the glitch in the slides. It wanted to go too.
Thank you, Danelle. So just for timing, you ran over by just about a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do better on the slides next time.
Oh, That is why we're here. That's very much a part of our practice.
Yes, thank
So
you.
let's open it up for comments and questions. Al.
I like good presentation. Thank you. I know the good slide numbers. I like that, but I didn't see titles. If you can keep section titles on there for each area, it's a lot easier for us as reviewers to keep track of where you're at. Sometimes we have trouble figuring out what we're scoring on each section. So if you can just add titles such as need, sustainability, and things like that, that would be very helpful.
They
Thank
were
you.
all on the side, so perhaps they need to be on the top. Thank you.
Yeah, good comment from Al. And yeah, I think just moving them to a place where they're more easily readable
Okay, thank you.
would be helpful. Jen.
Oh yeah, I see them. I see it now that you say that. But yes, at the top would be helpful. That was one of mine too. So on, so you could spend less time on intro, since that's not a graded one, since you're a minute over. And then slide 13.
Oops. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm glad I'm not the only one having slide trouble.
Oh my gosh. No, Monica, you are not.
I couldn't use the arrow. It wouldn't work if I used the arrow.
There we go. Can you still see my screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
slide 13 and I think 14 too. So there's some great demographic information, but I would tie it more to the need, since the the grading criteria has changed and RCO has got some pre-structured, how I'm not saying it the right way. Sorry, Deanne, help me out with the demographics.
Yes, so we'll be pulling that information. Is that what you were getting at, Jen?
Yep,
And storing
yes.
it under what RCO scores?
Thank you.
So yeah, just revisiting the criteria, Monica, and looking at a better way to reflect what the question is actually answering, because it is a little different than how we've done it in the past.
May I ask a question on this one? The pre-scored is based on the census tract, which is a very small area compared to our service area. So these are the demographics of the service area. Is it important to show that distinction, or did I not make that clear enough, or just take them out entirely?
Yeah, Monica, I think just in the interest of time, and we want to be sure that we give you thorough feedback, that your grants manager can work with you on how best to represent that in your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Because we don't want to take time away from what you're sharing in the actual presentation if it's something that we're covering scoring. But yeah, definitely understand where you're coming from on that.
Okay.
Thanks, Jen.
Yep. Yeah. And then one other quick one, just you mentioned the pros plan, but I don't think it was under need, which is where we see it on the criteria. So
Okay.
maybe just take a look at that one, make sure it's under the right section. So thank you.
Jen.
Yeah, great project. I love all the photos, by the way.
Thanks.
Alex.
I was really excited, Monica, about one thing that I became aware of just in your presentation, which was the historic quality of this landscape, because you really highlighted the Schaefers and their hobby farm. And I didn't see it represented in the design, or you didn't speak to it. It came in at the end when you talked about the program and actually having gleaners that come and actually bring the produce from that farm to the community. And I felt you could tell part of that story better, because it's a really special thing to celebrate here. I didn't get that the historic orchard was so intact. You just showed the one black walnut. So maybe a little bit more storytelling in the whatever time you have.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or feedback for Monica? Okay, well, hearing nothing else, Monica, the committee will finish wrapping up their written comments, as will your grants manager. and your application will be returned to you for editing. And we will see you back in August.
Awesome. Thank you all for your comments and suggestions. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being with us. Sure if that went away. Okay, my screen is still up there. And see, next we have Megan with the City of Fife. And I'm not seeing Megan. Is there someone else here from City of Fife for Colburn Park?
I see Megan.
Is she here? Let me check my list here. Megan.
I see her there, Megan.
Yeah, Megan, she might be having technical difficulties.
Maybe muted.
Yeah, Megan, if you're speaking or have your camera on, we cannot see you.
I can see her, but can't hear her.
Yeah, I can see her, but can't hear her.
Oh, there we go. Megan, I'm sorry, I can see you now, but we cannot hear you.
Mute. Oh, the host.
There we go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Hey.
All right. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No, I just hit mute and unmute and it seemed to be working. So we can hear you now. So I'm going to go ahead and pass you the remote.
Okay.
Okay. Are you able to grab it?
What do I do to grab?
Yep, I think you have it.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I've got it.
Okay. So Megan, this is a timed practice. I'm going to time you. We've asked that our committee hold their questions and comments until the end. And you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining me to learn more about the City of Fife's Inclusive Playground Project. My name is Megan Jendrick, and I'm the Assistant City Manager and Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Fife. Fife is seeking $900,000 in funding, which will leverage another $900,000 in state and local match. And this will meet our project goals by doubling the size of Colburn Park, by transforming an ugly maintenance yard into a beautiful park, and adding the city's first inclusive playground. Fife is located in Pierce County, directly between Tacoma and Federal Way, and we have a population of just over 11,000 people. Colburn Park is located right outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, just a few blocks off Interstate 5 and close to both Fife High School and elementary school. The area outlined in yellow is what Colburn Park currently looks like, and we are just getting ready to start construction on this portion of the park, turning that wood chip pit that you see in the picture there into a beautiful splash pad. The area outlined in orange is the portion we are seeking funding for with this request. This portion of the property we are purchasing from the Fife School District, and it's where a 10,000 square foot inclusive playground will be added, as well as a covered picnic shelter and paved parking. This map highlights the existing inclusive playgrounds in other cities within a 10-mile radius of Fife. Note that the estimated travel times can increase with evening and weekend traffic, and there aren't any inclusive playgrounds within the Fife service boundaries. This map highlights the existing multifamily developments in Fife. 7 apartment complexes are within about a 15-minute walk of Colburn Park, and the Port Landing apartments are within about a 20-minute walk. Though Fife as a whole has a number of parks, there are notably fewer within walking distance of the multifamily core, and Colburn Park is one of the few that serves those residents. In addition to the large number of apartment dwellers who utilize Colburn Park, the park also sits directly outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, which sees over 400,000 visits annually. And 92% of Aquatic Center users live outside of Fife and drive more than 30 minutes to take a 30-minute swim lesson in our facility. By adding a large inclusive playground in this area, we believe it will not only serve those living within the nearby apartments that do not have any other option to recreate nearby, but it will also have a regional draw serving those who drive from other cities to participate in programming. The data on the left shows that providing additional playgrounds received 87% support from our community in our 2022 Pros Plan survey. And additionally, through the comment section of our survey, we discovered there was a very high demand for an inclusive playground since we don't have one within a reasonable distance. Adding an inclusive playground was also called out in our 2022 Pros Plan. It's on our capital improvement list and was adopted by our City Council by Resolution 2140. So this is truly a project that our community and our City Council is excited about. Recently, the school district decided to relocate their maintenance yard, and this portion of the property was going to be put up for sale. As soon as we heard about the property going on the market, we reached out and felt it was the perfect opportunity to double the size of our existing park. This phase that we're requesting funding for takes the existing maintenance yard and transforms it into a vibrant and inclusive community park. As you can see from these pictures, the current site has 2 steel frame buildings, is covered in asphalt, and is essentially used for storage of school district equipment. The city has a signed purchase and sale agreement in place, and we take possession of this land on September 1st of this year. As you can see from this photo, the area outlined in blue is already designated as Colburn Park. The area outlined in red is what's being purchased from the school district, and the area outlined in green is currently owned by the city, but not yet designated as parkland. So the entire bottom half of this area would be added on to Colburn Park, doubling its size. At this point, a cultural resource survey has already been conducted, as well as a level 1 environmental assessment on the land with no adverse findings. We've also hired a design team to get to 60% design plans and have all of our permits in place by the end of this year. In terms of inclusivity, the design is absolutely packed with components of accessibility. Ramps create a truly inclusive pathway to all of the components. Ramp walls have interactive elements for sensory, visual, and auditory exploration. Balcony decks have been added, which allow for access to the panel activities mounted to be accessible for somebody using a wheelchair or other mobility device. And all decks provide the ability to rest between ramps. Instruments are also part of the plan, as inclusion of a sensory element for literally people of all ages and abilities to express themselves, even if they are nonverbal or visually impaired. Additionally, the surfacing for the entire 10,000 square foot playground is poured in place, which allows for ease of access via wheelchair or other mobility device. And all elements of the playground have strapping components for mobility devices as well. This slide provides a conceptual aerial view of the playground and shelter area. In addition to the inclusive playground, all pathways and entry points are ADA compliant, as are the additional amenities such as the park benches and picnic tables. This project also adds 14 additional paved parking spots where a current gravel parking lot currently sits. The color scheme for the project also matches that of the neighboring splash pad and aquatic center. This provides a zoomed in visual of the disc swing and play traverse. Selection of a disc swing instead of a traditional swing creates a collaborative play experience between kids who may need muscular support and kids of typical abilities. Also, children of different ages can play together. The disc traverse on the right is easy to execute as it has a large stable base and pipe handholds to practice balance with support, and it's connected to another traverse that allows scaffolding of skills from an easier element to a more challenging one. Here we provide a breakdown of all budget-related items associated with this project. And it was put together in collaboration from All Play Playground Systems, our Public Works Director, and our Public Works Engineer. Recently, we hired a design firm to confirm the budget, as well as work towards our 30 and 60% design plans. Through the public engagement process, we hosted a public survey to see what types of playground equipment the community wanted to see. We received 439 responses, both online and through an informational booth we hosted at a community festival. This survey was also posted at our aquatic center to generate public feedback and presented to our senior activity groups. For a city of 11,000 people, we saw a higher percentage of people participate in this engagement process than we saw engagement in our last election. The design elements that you're seeing in the presentation also received the most votes through this public engagement process. Through this process, we've received letters of support from the Fife School District, the Pierce County Library, Travel Tacoma, the Chamber of Commerce, and many, many Fife residents. We love the partnerships and regularly engage with all of these organizations, as well as many others through our community events and volunteer opportunities. And every citizen and organization that we've heard from is excited to see an amenity like this come to Fife. When it comes to sustainability, we looked at both ecological and the social side of things. On the ecological side, it really transforms a maintenance yard into a beautiful public park, and the landscaping plan utilizes native species. When it comes to the social side, it really encourages social interaction, empathy, and friendship among children of different abilities. This place will serve as a community hub, bringing people together and fostering a sense of belonging. And it provides cognitive and emotional benefits, such as enhanced problem solving and self-esteem. And when it comes to cost efficiencies, we're purchasing the playground, shelter, equipment, and all other amenities such as benches, tables, and trash receptacles through a cooperative purchasing agreement, reducing the cost significantly compared to including these items as part of the bid construction. At this point, we have city funds committed in the amount of $200,000 to help get us to the 60% design plans by the end of the year. We're also going after lodging tax funds this summer in the amount of $200,000 to put towards this project, and have also submitted an RCO request through WWRP to support the project as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Megan. And you have a lot of time left on the clock, just about 2 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll open it up for comments and questions. Any feedback for Megan?
This is Al. I've got one. Jen and I both have our hands raised, so I'll go first.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries. Great presentation. Slide 9. Can you show that real quick? Yeah.
Hey, Tessa, can you help me figure out how to see everybody?
So the one before that, back one, I think. Where's slide 9?
This
There
one?
you go.
Okay.
You're talking about the colors and the boxes. I see now. It's really kind of hard to see what was already purchased and what you're applying for here. I think you mentioned green and red boxes. So if you can make those a little more clear, since we're going to get to see that slide for a couple minutes, it'd make it a lot easier for us to track. But other than that, really good. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, yeah, great presentation and awesome project. And just a couple things. You might want to put the slide numbers on the lower right.
Okay.
Just because normally I know we can move the Zoom people around, but it's just a little bit distracting. Try to do that. And then if you go to slide 1, this is just a silly little thing. It's cutting off the bottom on my view. In fact, some of the, yeah, as I'm looking, I don't know if it's just me, so everyone else can chime in, but like I can just barely see the top of the word LWCF on the left there. And then if you go to the next slide, there's something in cursive that's cut off. I don't know if everyone's having that problem, but anyway.
Yeah, my view is I can see the entire slide. How about
Okay.
anyone else having a similar problem as Jen?
I can see it.
Okay.
I can see it as well.
It must just be me. Thank you. Okay.
There's a different view on the, if you go to the view section, standard or gallery or whatever. Sometimes I had that same issue, and that might correct it for you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't her presentation. So, and then on slide 5, it would be helpful to have a key. I found myself distracted by, or sorry, go back one. Oh, it's the one that had the apartments. Let's see.
It's forward 2, right there.
There, 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just found myself trying to read what was happening over on the right and not listening as well as I probably should have. And this is like the need, so it's a really important section. So like a key for that map.
Okay.
And then I think for need also just fluctuation in use or demand for service wasn't touched on from the criteria. So
Okay.
since you have time, it might be something to strengthen your score. And then the other one, slide 10. You were talking about ADA or accessibility. I'll go one more. Where was the one that showed the parking lot? Oh, I'm sorry, it must have been design. Anyway, if you could really highlight how the parking is connected. And then also maybe, is it near a bus stop too?
Yeah, we have 5 bus stops in pretty close proximity.
Okay, that could strengthen the accessibility piece as well.
Okay.
And you might even show where those are. And then the other thing I thought of, and maybe you talked about this and I missed it, but just it looks like you're going to have some buildings to demo from that school district property. Are you going to be able to recycle any of those materials? You know, that could strengthen.
Okay.
You don't have to answer it right now, but just something that crossed my mind while you were showing the maps. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jen. Teresa.
Thanks. Yeah, great presentation. And I was just going to ask a question in the engagement section. I really like the tidbit that you added about the percentage of engagement compared to local elections. I think that was useful to demonstrate just how much engagement you got. I think one of the things we're looking at is sort of relevance of the participation, you know, given the area. And I didn't hear mention of sort of the participation demographics. You know, in particular, I'm thinking about, you know, Puyallup, given the territory that the park is sitting on. You know, was that a piece of engagement as well?
Okay. I will look into that.
Hey, any other comments or questions for Megan?
Yeah, I had a question. This is Corey. For some reason, I can't get my hand to get raised up here. Megan, I had one question. Great presentation, loved an inclusive playground, but it looked like from photo on slide 12, it looks like you guys are using wood chips, or is that a surfacing that's just the color that looks like wood chips?
That's just the surfacing. We're going with the poured in place, so it will be like that squishy hardened surface. But I agree that picture does look like it's wood chips, and we're trying to transition our parks out of wood chips.
Yeah, I would just put that in the presentation on
Okay.
something. Yeah, great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. So our committee will wrap up the written comments, as will your grants manager, and return your application for editing, and we'll see you back here in August.
Okay, thank you so much. I can't tell you guys how helpful this process is and being able to do this. It's very appreciated. And I know it's a huge time commitment for all of you, but it's extremely helpful.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
See ya. Okay, so we are at our next break. We're almost on time, just a couple minutes out. So if you could come back a couple minutes before 10:15, we'll get started promptly with our next presentation. Another thing I would like to ask for concurrence from the committee here today, our 10:55 applicant, which is Moses Lake, that presenter has 2 back-to-back presentations. And because they're participating in another technical review meeting that's running concurrently, they asked if they could just do their presentations back to back, which would delay our 11:15 break. So if everyone's okay with that, we'll just roll to a little bit later break. We'll have 1 presentation and then into lunch. Okay, thank you all. We'll see you about 10:13 or so. Welcome, Nathan. I'm assuming you're presenting today.
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're going to give it just another minute or so. We're just coming back from a break, so just relax and we'll be with you in just a moment.
Great, thank you.
Ethan, can you see your presentation up on your screen?
Yeah, I can. Let's
Okay.
see.
I'm going to go ahead and pass control to you. You should be able to click and take control. Yep, that looks like that's you. Just want to make sure your slides are advancing. Okay. So this is a timed practice today, Nathan. I will be timing you on this end. And we've asked our committee to hold their comments and questions until the end. And then they'll have an opportunity to give you some feedback. So you may begin whenever you're ready. Oh, and you have 12 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nathan DePinto. I'm a capital grant analyst at the Seattle Parks and Recreation. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project at Dr. Jose Rizal Park. This is a great opportunity to transform this existing space into a full amenity park that can serve the growing Beacon Hill community. Dr. Jose Rizal Park is strategically located in Seattle on the west side of Beacon Hill, south of the International District. The park offers stunning panoramic views of downtown Seattle and Elliott Bay, making it a popular spot for both locals and visitors. The park is named after Dr. Jose Rizal, a national hero of the Philippines, reflecting its cultural significance to the Filipino community in Seattle. The area surrounding Dr. Jose Rizal Park is rich in green spaces, offering a variety of scenic views of the city. The park is located within walking distance for approximately 3,600 people, making it an accessible recreation spot for many residents. Among these residents, 563 are under the age of 20, and approximately 20% are older adults, which is 7% higher than the Seattle average. This highlights the importance of having diverse and accessible amenities in the park to cater to both young families and older adults. In July, the neighborhood will see the opening of over 270 affordable housing units directly across the street. This new development will also host both childcare facilities and assisted living facilities. Despite the abundance of green spaces, it is important to note that the area significantly lacks active recreation space. Dr. Jose Rizal Park is the only space capable of offering such amenities without renovation. These residents will not receive the recreational spaces they deserve. This deficiency limits opportunities for physical activities, play, community events, and gatherings. The park currently offers amazing views of downtown Seattle, but contains elements that need improvement. These include a small outdated play area, restrooms, a parking lot, an amphitheater, and inactivated green spaces. Additionally, the community has conveyed the need to increase visibility at the park to discourage unwanted behaviors. The goals of this project are to use a holistic design to revamp current amenities and improve accessibility while including elements that increase visibility and activate the entire space, creating a welcoming environment for the growing community and visitors alike. Near Dr. Jose Rizal Park, there are several other parks, including Sturgis Park, Lewis Park, Dejan Park, and Katie Black's Garden. While these parks offer access to the outdoors, they only consist of open green space and lack active recreation opportunities such as playgrounds and community spaces. The closest park with such amenities is over a 10-minute walk away, making them less convenient for residents seeking immediate access to active recreation. As the surrounding parks lack dedicated play areas for children and other structured recreational facilities, Dr. Jose Rizal Park stands out as the perfect candidate for renovation. Its potential to serve the growing community is unmatched. Upgrading the park will offer a comprehensive range of upgraded amenities, including updated play areas for multiple age groups, accessible restrooms, and multifunctional spaces for various activities and community events. Survey results revealed that residents cherish Dr. Jose Rizal Park for its breathtaking views and natural beauty, often gathering here to participate in community events and socialize with friends and family. However, the outdated play areas are underutilized, highlighting a significant opportunity to revitalize these spaces and make them more inviting for children and families to enjoy. This is especially important with the upcoming opening of the housing development and childcare facilities, which will have the capacity to serve over 124 children per day. As pictured, we can see the amazing views, but also the outdated play area that significantly lacks the appeal of modern play areas have. Looking at inspirational concepts provided by our new Elevate initiative, which I will touch on in the next slide, Dr. Jose Rizal Park is envisioned to become a vibrant hub of recreation, community, and culture. With a full set of renovated amenities, we expect that the park will be used for a wide range of activities, including play, enjoying viewpoints, outdoor recreation, community and cultural events, performances, and so much more. Elevate is a new program that is redefining the way Seattle Parks and Recreation engages the community during early stages of a project. Dr. Jose Rizal Park has been the first project to pilot this. We have learned a lot and are excited to continue with the program on future projects. The program selects a community member to work closely with our park designers, ensuring that the views of the community are at the core of the project. Eric Alpia was selected through an extensive proposal process and has provided inspiration and conceptual designs for Dr. Jose Rizal Park, incorporating elements of Filipino culture, which is prominent in the Beacon Hill community. This collaborative approach ensures that the renovated park reflects the cultural heritage and values of its residents. Alongside the Elevate program, community meetings and surveys have also identified the need for updated amenities, increased safety, and enhanced accessibility. Additionally, I would like to highlight again that there are over 270 affordable housing units set to begin leasing in July directly across the street. This will greatly increase the population and thus the demand for outdoor recreation in the area. The project also aligns perfectly with our open space plan, which aims to create and maintain accessible and vibrant recreation spaces for all residents. Our asset management plan prioritizes the development and enhancement of existing parks in areas with high demand. By focusing on improving Dr. Jose Rizal Park, we are addressing the needs of a growing community and ensuring that the park remains a valuable asset for future generations. The project scope includes several key elements designed to enhance the park's functionality and appeal. Inspired by Mount Baker Ridge Viewpoint Park and West Worland Park Playground, this project will provide the community with upgraded viewpoints, play areas for all ages, community spaces for gatherings and events, and expanded recreation space. Additionally, the park will keep its existing cultural layers that highlight Filipino culture and history. Improved accessibility will also be a significant focus of the project. Although it is a great challenge due to the site's natural terrain, we are committed to adjusting pathway slopes and grading within the park to enhance accessibility. In addition to the pathways, all other elements and amenities will be designed with accessibility in mind, ensuring that everyone, regardless of mobility, can enjoy the park. Now let's look at the project design. It is important to note that the project is still in the design phase, so some elements may change location as we refine our plans. In the northern section of the park, we will focus on renovating the existing restrooms to be modern and fully accessible, ensuring that they meet our current standards. The parking lot will also be reduced in size to create additional recreation space. An accessible parking stall will be added to ensure visitors with mobility challenges can easily access the park and its amenities. This newly created space from the reduced parking lot will lead into the community and play area. This area will include a covered community space and play areas for ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12. This space will also house the existing bust of Dr. Jose Rizal, whom the park is named after. It is important to note that retaining Filipino cultural elements in the project design is not only a key focus for the community, but also a central aspect of the Elevate program. This emphasis ensures that the park reflects and honors the cultural heritage of Beacon Hill community, providing a space that is meaningful and welcoming to its residents. Lastly, the lawn area will be redesigned to transition into a section with multiple access points, enhancing connectivity and ease of movement throughout the park. These access points will lead directly to the existing amphitheater, making it more accessible and inviting for community events and performances. The project is expected to cost under $4 million in total. This budget estimate was prepared by one of our in-house certified landscape architects, utilizing our comprehensive database of previous projects to ensure accuracy. If funding is secured, construction is anticipated to start and be completed by the end of 2026. This timeline reflects our commitment to delivering the project efficiently while maintaining the highest standards of quality and design. Community involvement has been a key component of our planning process. Through numerous community meetings and the Elevate Design Initiative, we have engaged with a diverse range of the local population and identified several needs. The needs for play of areas of all ages, the needs for higher visibility and park activation, and the need for welcoming community space. The Elevate Design Initiative has been a significant part of this process, bringing a community member to work closely with our park planners. This collaboration ensures that the design reflects the diverse community's needs and aspirations, making Dr. Jose Rizal Park a true community asset. Community engagement has highlighted the importance of the views and cultural aspects of Dr. Jose Rizal Park. Through the Elevate Initiative, our design concepts have been significantly influenced by Filipino culture, ensuring that these cultural elements are preserved and celebrated. Additionally, the views and natural beauty of the park are central to our design. We also plan to continually engage with various partners, including the Elevate program, SCIPTA, El Centro, and the Filipino community. The project design will include several factors that not only enhance the park's usability, but also positively impact the environment. One key aspect is the landscaping design, which will be carefully planned to improve stormwater management within the park. This will help reduce runoff and erosion. The planned improvements will create a space where community and cultural events can flourish, such as the yearly Jose Rizal Jazz Festival. The improved park will continue to attract visitors, enhancing its role as a community hub. The community is already talking about the possibility of a future farmers market, which will further contribute to the local economy. Lastly, through the Elevate Design Initiative, our community partner, Eric Alapio, has provided countless hours of conceptual work and inspiration. These hours have been invaluable to the process of redesigning and renovating Dr. Jose Rizal Park. This deep connection to the community has ensured that the park's redesign truly reflects the needs and values of its residents. Without this partnership, it is unlikely that the park design would be as representative and inclusive as it is planned to be. I'd like to thank you for your time and open the floor with any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. And you just had about a minute left on the clock, so you've got plenty of time. And Teresa.
Hey, Nathan, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if you could go back to one of the two slides that had the sideways bar chart there that was showing community input, and just walk through a couple of the top few features. On the left, you can't quite see the full name for each of them. So I was just kind of wondering, especially what that third one was, participate in,
Participating in community events.
Oh, okay.
There are a lot of performances and cultural events at the park, and that is a large use. I may need to adjust that so that's clear for the final presentation, so it's easily seen. I can provide that.
Yeah, that would be great, because you highlighted the community events later on. So seeing the full title there, I think would definitely help connect the dots. Thanks.
Thanks, Teresa. Other questions, feedback? Okay. Going once, going twice. If we have no other feedback today for Nathan, oh, there's Kevin. Kevin, go for it.
Hey, this is pretty much a nit, but since there was time, I'll have it in my comments. But there was a slide, I think it's slide 20. And maybe I missed this other where there was something called skid pata or whatever, and you mentioned that, but I didn't know what that was. So
Skipta is a community, or I'll let Rachel
Yeah, I can
chime in.
chime in. It's the Chinatown's Development Authority. And they are the ones who are building the affordable housing across the street.
okay, you just might want to. I mean, maybe you mentioned that somewhere else, but when he said it, I was like, oh, I Elevate you clearly talked about, and I just didn't get it. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's a good point to add in what that is.
Yep, and we know you have time on the clock to expand any explanations about acronyms or community groups and what they do and how that fits with the project. So, good. Yeah, last call. Any comments for Nathan? Additional? Hey, Alex. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I do a lot of tapping. Missed that one. I think the Elevate program is really interesting. And what I was unclear about is how much that representative is actually directly involved in the outreach, or how much that role is as much a translator and an informant. Maybe you explained it and I did not quite make that connection well, but I thought that's something that in your community engagement piece might be part of your story.
Great. Yeah, no, I can look into adding really the role that individuals played and what that specifically looks like. He's primarily provided conceptual designs, sketches, and inspiration, but has played a large role in actively working with the community as well. I think I can highlight that well, either by adding an extra slide, which luckily I have some time to spare, which is good.
Okay. Well, thank you, Nathan. Our committee will wrap up their written comments, as will your grants manager, and return your application to you for editing. And we'll see you back in August.
Great. Thank you for the time and feedback. Looking forward to the final round.
Thanks for coming in. And next up, I think, is we still have Seattle. And Rachel, are you presenting today?
Yep.
Okay. Let's get to your presentation. Hutchinson Park?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and I'm going to pass the remote to you.
Okay.
You should be able to click on it and take control. Yeah, that looks like you. So just make sure your slides are moving.
They're not.
Okay, maybe click again.
Just a second. I'm getting a loading symbol here.
How about now? Whoops, I might have grabbed it back. Oh, there you go.
I think I have it. Let me see if it's going to let me advance. There we go.
Okay.
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 Yeah, that should work.
This is a timed practice, Rachel. I'll be timing you on this end. And we've asked that the committee hold their comments and questions until you're finished. So you've got 12 minutes, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Great. Yeah, so my name is Rachel Banner. I'm a strategic advisor with Seattle Parks and Recreation, and I've been the planner for the Hutchinson Playground renovation project. Hutchinson Park is located in the Rainier Beach neighborhood of Southeast Seattle. Rainier Beach is a dense multicultural community. In the walking area surrounding the park, There are just under 4,000 people with a much higher diversity as compared to the rest of Seattle. In addition, there is a significantly higher percentage of both children and seniors. The park is about 4 acres and is proximate to Emerson Elementary School. Hutchinson Playground was developed in 1911 with a 1965 renaming in honor of the former resident and famous baseball player Fred Hutchinson. The goal of this project is to upgrade and repair the entire park to meet the current and future needs of the growing community. So here we're looking at the 1 mile radius around the park, and the closest park to Hutchinson Playground is Kubota Gardens, just under a 1/4 mile away, and it offers a beautiful natural area for the community, which is much different than this active recreational space. The closest recreational areas are all around that 1 mile perimeter and include Lake Ridge Playground, Rainier Beach Playfield, and Beersheba Park. They offer some, but not all of the same opportunities as Hutchinson, including a playground, tennis courts, baseball, but Hutchinson Playground really fills a critical gap, particularly when looking at the half-mile walk shed, where there are no available recreational amenities within that half-mile. And additionally, what you aren't able to see via either of those maps is extreme topography changes. So Hutchinson Playground sits on top of a significant hill, making it much more difficult for people in this community to access those parks within the 1 mile radius. So currently, the park is fully open to the public, but it is most used by the 320 Emerson Elementary School students for both recess and gym. There's also a variety of summer camps who use the park and after school and weekend programming. On the weekends, the fields are mostly scheduled in the spring by t-ball and softball. They also get used by an adult ultimate frisbee group and flag football. The playground and basketball court are heavily used by the broader community despite the poor conditions, which you'll see in a bit. There are currently a lack of amenities for all ages, abilities, and genders, which limits the use of the park. And in addition, there's a lack of shade, a lack of a welcoming park design, and safety. Our design addresses all of these concerns, and we anticipate a significant increased use. This project was started via a multitude of factors. First, the playground, tennis courts, and fields were prioritized in our asset management plans as in need of repair or replacement. And thus, they were also included as priorities in our Parks and Open Space plan and funded by our department as they meet several goals within the plan. And then finally, during the pandemic, several playground components broke. There was also violent crime increase both in the neighborhood and at the park itself. And so community members really rallied to advocate for the park and improvements in the physical infrastructure, eventually forming the Friends of Hutchinson Playground. And you can see their story here mentioned on the right. After the renovations, we anticipate that current users will continue to use the site. In addition, we expect that people of more ages, abilities, and genders will use the site due to the increased recreational amenities, multi-purpose spaces, and increased sense of safety. Hutchinson Playground currently has the following: 2 sloped basketball courts, a 5 to 12 play area, 2 tennis courts, 2 softball fields, and picnic tables. And all of these are past their useful life and have significant maintenance and safety challenges. In addition to the amenities that I listed, there are also many problems that the users mentioned, such as the lack of shade and need for lighting. This project will increase the usability of the park by adding the following, in addition to what is already there: a 2 to 5 play area, swings, accessible play area surfacing, a pickleball court, basketball hoops sized for kids, a walking loop for all ages, a soccer field, shade, including both trees and shelter, accessibility for all users, lights, and nature play. We will replace the 5 to 12 play structure, which is over 20 years old, repair drainage and irrigation in the softball field, which is muddy most of the spring season, and resurface the tennis courts and flatten the basketball courts. The design responds to many of the needs that were identified via our extensive engagement that I'll go into in a little bit. It also responds to significant maintenance challenges as well as safety and accessibility challenges and incorporates quality design. So I'm going to walk you through now those elements that I had just listed in terms of what the designs actually look like. So you'll see here that we replaced the age 5 to 12 player area, add swings and add a 2 to 5 play area, and the equipment selected by the community is on the right. They were prioritizing accessibility and shade as part of that design. We'll be adding welcoming park entrances, and the Friends group is currently working on securing funding to incorporate art into those entrances in addition to the more welcoming design that our team is creating. We will be leveling the basketball court. That is the picture on the right, and that is somebody standing straight on. So that is how sloped the basketball court currently is. And the top picture is the current tennis courts, which are also in badly need of repair. The basketball court will be leveled and will also include child-size hoops. The multi-use court will include a tennis court, a pickleball court, and a half-size basketball court for kids. And I'll go into sort of what we heard from the community about each of those in a bit. We'll be improving the drainage on the fields. As I mentioned, significant challenges with mud and actually being able to utilize the space. We'll be adding a new soccer field in place of the existing second softball field, which will alleviate or will respond to community need. And also, as you can see via the pictures on the left, will remove a barrier of fencing that is currently prohibiting circulation and safety around the site. We'll be adding seating and picnic areas, including a sheltered picnic area, and then an ADA and accessibility improvement so that someone can travel to all of the amenities within the park and through the park itself. Looking at our project budget and schedule, we will be ready to start construction in Q3 of 2025 or once our contract is signed for this project. Anticipate substantial completion in 2026. I'm noticing that we didn't include the planning and design costs, which we will add back in here. Our total grant request is $2 million and a total project cost of just under $5 million. The budget was created by our in-house landscape architects using our database of past projects. Our cultural resources desktop analysis is complete, and our anticipated permits are listed here on the left. The last thing I'll mention here is that not part of the scope of this grant funding, but part of the scope of our larger project is renovation of the restrooms to address access, stability, energy efficiency and access by users. So Seattle Parks and Recreation is contributing quite a number of funds to this project in addition to the grant funding. Oops. In terms of engagement, there were really 4 phases of engagement where we engaged the entire school community and general public. For each of those 4 phases, we had an event out in community and partnered where people were already going, such as the event on the left, which was the Rainier Beach Community Club's Arts and Crafts Fair, which was a huge success, and and an event at the school as well. And on the right is the Back to School Bash, where we got over 100 responses from parents in an innovative raffle engagement that the Friends of Hutchinson put together. We plan to return to that again this year. With each phase, there was also an online engagement, and it was provided in 7 different languages. There were over 600 people engaged, and at each phase, a statistically representative sample of those 4,000 folks who live around the park. And then finally, Going a bit more into the Emerson Elementary engagement, we were able to engage most of the student body, which is pre-K through 5th grade. Almost half of the students qualify for ESL. 1 in 5 qualify for special education services. And the school itself represents the diversity of Rainier Beach, with 45% Black, 20% Hispanic, 15% Asian, and the remaining percent reflecting Pacific Islander and white students. And then finally, about 70% are low income and 7% are homeless. Looking at how they influenced design, the slide will advance here. We learned from the very start of our engagement that soccer was a significant priority of the students. In the first 2 engagements, we actually only showed that we were going to be renovating the 2 softball fields as part of the scope. But it was really clear from each of those engagements that the kids and community wanted a better place to play soccer and had limited interest in diamond field sports. So in the 3rd engagement, we brought the option of a dedicated soccer field into the discussion, and over 60% of respondents, about 188 people, selected the soccer field option, which is why you'll see that in our design. Additionally, the community had a significant influence over the courts in selecting tennis, pickleball, and basketball. Initially, we removed the 2nd full basketball court to allow more space for shade and green space, but folks really wanted to see that space added back. And so we have added child-sized hoops into the tennis, pickleball, and now basketball court to accommodate that desire. And then finally, not shown but mentioned already, is the desire for both shade, shelter, and lighting, which have been incorporated into the design. The Friends of Hutchinson Playground have had a huge impact on the renovation of the park. They initially began advocating for improvements in 2020 and has since fully supported engagement and design of the park. You can see the members listed here, and in addition to those members are general community members. Due to their engagement work, they were awarded the 2023 Equity Champion Denny Award for their leadership and advocacy on this project. And they are continuing their work by fundraising to get art included in the park design to support the placemaking. As we heard from community, there was a significant lack of shade and trees on the property. So we'll be adding those in, which will not only help provide that shade, but it will provide additional natural areas, stormwater management, and places for kids to connect to nature. On the economic side, the total cost of this entire project will be over $5 million, which will require the City of Seattle to comply with our local hire policies. Thus, the project will be investing back into the community through the construction of the park. And finally, the community asked us to do a risk, an assessment of the displacement risk associated with the park improvement. Based on that, this park has a low risk of displacement, but we are still investing in efforts that would protect the community in placemaking efforts. For example, the Friends of Hutchinson working on the art piece of the design. There are 2 sort of main cost efficiencies. One is the Friends group and the number of hours that they have contributed to this project, which would be valued over $10,000. In addition, Seattle Parks and Recreation is investing in this project through our Fix It First policy of maintaining and upgrading the assets like our playgrounds that are already at our parks but have gone past their useful life. So thank you for listening, and welcome any questions that you've got.
Thank you, Rachel. You did run over about 2.5 minutes, so definitely tighten up your time. And I know we have good comments from our committee that will help you do that. So Kevin.
Yes, could you go to slide 7, please? Yeah, I found this slide a little overwhelming. I was trying to follow along, and then I was trying to think that the numbers on the left related to the numbers in the images, which I think maybe they really don't. But there's an awful lot going on here, and I think I stopped paying attention to you because I was trying to figure out this. So I don't have a specific suggestion for how to simplify all that, but I encourage you to take a look at that.
Yeah.
Regarding the time, I had written in my comments, which I don't follow track the time, but I think your presentation on engagement on how well the community influence design is probably the best we've had in this day and a half. So that was really great. But thinking about time, you might be able to, that might be a place, because it's so good, you still might be able to capture all that and tighten it up a little bit. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin. Al.
Great presentation, Rachel. Go on to slide 11 if you can. I think on this one, you mentioned that some of the facility will be staying and some will be improved upon. If you can highlight that a little bit better on this slide as you're discussing that, that would be incredible. And then Deanne, just overall, I was not able to add any comments other than general on the RCO site on this project only so far. So it only allowed us to do general comments and not critical review down below. So I don't know if it's
okay.
The rest of them all have been great. This is the only one that's done that to me. So maybe it's the only, I'm the only one, but I think Alex is shaking her head as well.
Yeah, I noticed that. Did other folks have the same issue with this one?
I had to refresh.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe that's what I'll try.
A couple of times and got it.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for bringing that to our attention, Al. We'll look into it. And again, combining all your comments in one section, that's just fine. I do realize it is easier to follow along with criteria. So either way, we'll get your comments and we'll make sure they're in the right place when we share things with the applicants. So thanks. Alex, I think you were next.
Yeah, what an exciting project. I was looking at slide 20 simply because you made a note that you had some blanks about figures you need to add in. And I had been looking at the application and didn't see that the total grant request or the total cost of the project matched the two. And I'm sure your grant officer, as you finalize your presentation, will help sort that out. But I was trying to track what you were budgeting for and what the total was, and it didn't quite match up. And then my own other more point of curiosity is, given the reliance that I understand that the next door school has on this park, what kind of partnership or relationship agreements do you have, if any, and how did that affect the design process and the planning?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't find my mute button, so I'm just on here. Yeah, they had a significant played a significant role in our planning and design, and they do have a use agreement with the Seattle Parks and Recreation writ large. And on this one, the park is open to the public while they are using it for recess and otherwise, but they do have essentially a permit for the playground and sometimes for the fields, but not often for the fields.
Thanks, Alex. Dan.
Thank you. Really exciting project. On slide 7, I think it was Kevin who mentioned that it had a lot of content on it. And in particular, I was drawn to right in the center there is a dog off leash use conflict, which I guess my suggestion or idea is there's a couple Chekhov's guns on this page that you see them and you're drawn to them and you wonder how they might be addressed later on. And if they're not directly addressed in the rest of the project, maybe that could be where you could eliminate some of that, that overall like deluge of content that I'm trying to digest on that page.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dan. Any additional comments or questions for Rachel. Okay, hearing none. Rachel, our committee will wrap up their comments, as will your grants manager, and return your application to you for editing, and we'll see you back here in August.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. I hope I'm able to leave this meeting because all my buttons went away. I think I'm just going to exit and I'll see you all later. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. So next we have Moses Lake. Doug, there you are. Hello, Doug.
Good morning.
And I'm not sure if you got the message, but the committee is absolutely fine with you just rolling from one presentation to the next.
I appreciate it. It'll get me back to the local parks technical review faster, so I can look at other people's projects and tell them how they're doing.
Awesome. So I'm going to pass this remote over to you. Okay, you should be able to grab it.
Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like it's working.
Yep, seems to be.
Okay, so you have 12 minutes. I'm going to time you today.
Sounds
Doug,
good.
and we've asked the committee to hold their questions and comments until you're finished.
Thank you.
So you may begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Doug Coots. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake. And I'm here today to present the City of Moses Lake Sun Terrace Park Development Project. This project is phase 1 of development of vacant city-owned land into a park. Page. For those that are unfamiliar with us, Moses Lake is located in Grant County, near the center of Washington State, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with a population of approximately 26,000. The slide shows the city limits in green with the UGA shaded in red. Sun Terrace Park is an undeveloped 11.2 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of I-90 between Fairway Drive, Towey Street, and Hawk Street. Shown here in orange. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat, a wetland and buffer area on the south end of the property. A master plan was recently developed for the property. This grant application will represent phase 1 of a multi-phase development of that master plan. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, a preschool age playground, an open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub steppe natural habitat, some landscaping, and a concrete walkway. Criteria 1, need local priorities. City of Moses Lake uses 2 benchmarks for parks within the city limits, a half-mile walk to a park, and the NRPA median for our size of city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. The above map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Sun Terrace site outlined in orange. Sorry, with the Sun Terrace site in yellow. My apologies, old version of the text. This shows the development of a park on the site will fill the gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development for Moses Lake. The black outline indicates the city limits. The second benchmark is 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. This table indicates that Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland available to its residents. Per 1,000, sorry. The numbers for undeveloped parkland and total parkland show information both with and without the inclusion of the 11.2 acre Sun Terrace Park property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding the full build out of the plan for Sun Terrace would bring our developed parklands to 8.91 acres per 1,000 residents, closer to the city's target. In reviewing the SCORP data for information on the census tract, while we do have a higher than average social vulnerability rank and poor health outcomes index, the high amount of green space listed in this census tract is mostly due to farmland to the north and west of this neighborhood. The nearest park to this neighborhood is Blue Heron Park, more than a half-mile walk away, most of the way on streets without sidewalks. You would have to walk down the frontage road along I-90 without a sidewalk to get to it. The need for the specific park was also identified in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, listed under the goal of enhance and expand quality park experiences, specifically considering master plans for, amongst other parks, the Sun Terrace Park. This whole pros plan has been incorporated by the city council into the city's comprehensive plan by an annual amendment. So not only has this Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan been ratified by the Park Board and the City Council, it has been incorporated into our comprehensive plan as well. Project scope, existing features. This is vacant land. So the location was acquired as part of a development project that is around the actual park property. The location does fill a gap in the service area for our parks. Master plans process did identify this in the city's planning documents. The site is mostly shrub steppe habitat with a wetland area on the southern end of the property, which actually is towards I-90, so towards the upper right corner of the screen. Project scope. The overall master plan includes many things that were identified based on a community driven, neighborhood driven master plan process. It includes inclusive design playgrounds for preschool and school age children, an artificial turf playground surfacing, a modular pump track, a restroom and drinking fountain, an open play area of a lawn with irrigation, a pickleball court, a basketball court, a picnic shelter with picnic tables, bike racks, garbage cans, maintenance of the shrub steppe natural habitat, walking paths, and a boardwalk and wetland observation platform. This grant, though, is only for phase 1 of this development. So the overall master plan is that phase 1 is just the additional design, clearing and grading of the project site, playgrounds for preschool age children, the open lawn play area with the irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, landscaping, and a concrete walkway. The design is based on an actual physical survey of the property. All design elements were developed in the master planning process that was directed by RWD Landscape Architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. So the neighborhood folks influenced this design directly with what they wanted in the park. The design incorporates the usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation. The shrub steppe habitat is maintained on the collar all around the site, and we are highlighting the wetland as a part of this project as an observation and educational opportunity. Our cost estimates were developed from RWD Landscape Architects with more than 20 years of experience in the industry. They include escalation for timeline and grant funding process, as well as taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. The project was scaled down to phase 1 to meet a ceiling of 1.1 million in total project cost based on this LWCF grant, a matching WWRP local parks grant, and our local match contribution. Project engagement. Our 2022 master plan includes this as a priority with significant input from the community on this, multiple comments from the neighborhoods there as well on what they would like to see and that this park property be developed. We did have a community open house that was targeted with advertised through the local school, the homeowners association, Facebook pages, including the homeowners association Facebook page and the city's webpage. We had great engagement at the open house from that neighborhood and specific engagement from the homeowners association for this community. This is their neighborhood park, and their input has been factored into all of the decisions as to what is included in it. Community partnerships. The Sun Terrace Homeowners Association has been engaged in the process throughout and in developing into a possible financial supporter or agent for the project. We also have just received, after we wrote up this presentation, a letter of support from the Boys and Girls Club of the Columbia Basin for this project. And we are looking at possible letters of support from other entities as well, including the Moses Lake School District. Sustainability, ecological factors. We are maintaining the shrub steppe habitat on the project site as a native species. We're minimizing the use of the turf to those areas only deemed necessary. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Moses Lake, we are in a water conservation situation right now where we are trying to limit the amount of water, potable water that we use for irrigation purposes. Our water usage goes up exponentially in the summer months as we are in a desert climate. The wetland and wetland buffer are addressed in our plan design with interpretive signage and a boardwalk viewing area as part of a future phase. For the social factors, the new park with this playground and open space will provide recreational opportunities for this neighborhood and community. There is no additional park property available within that half-mile walk benchmark. It provides open space and in future phases, a picnic shelter for large community and family events. The economic aspect of this is the smaller grass footprint will reduce the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks in our park system. Cost efficiencies, we, as I previously stated, are applying for this LWCF grant as well as a WWRP local parks grant for this project. Additional funds would come from our City of Moses Lake Parks mitigation account. And the city staff is coordinating with Homeowners Association and developing possibilities for donations towards this project. This last slide shows the project site overhead picture, the phase 1 development, as well as the full development plan. I would like to thank the committee for their time. I look forward to your feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doug. And you had plenty of time. You've got a minute and 15 seconds left. Al.
Great presentation, Doug. Back to slide 7, if you can. You mentioned a call out color, and I still did not see it because you were talking about orange and then yellow or yellow and then orange.
Yeah, it is yellow. My apologies. I'll be changing that on this slide, but it is yellow. It's off to the left as you're looking at the left-hand side of the slide.
I see. Okay. Pretty small. So
Yep.
Hard to see in that short 30 seconds. We got to look at that slide. So maybe work on that a little bit. And then on slide 13, you mentioned that you are proceeding with the preschool playground only due to costs, which I get, but why did you choose that over the 5 to 12 or the other playground? Just wondering.
Just the size and the cost of it. The larger playground. This site has a lot of difference in size difference in grade. So we had to do a lot of adjustments with the grading and clearing. We stayed with the lower end of these because those are smaller in general
Sure.
playgrounds and less costly to install initially. Yeah, that's pretty much the short answer is
Sure.
we had to work it to get it down to 1.1 million and the preschool playground fit where the school age playground did not.
You got time, so maybe you can mention something along those lines at the final presentation.
Okay.
Great job. Thanks.
Alex.
One thing that would help me when you put some final details on the slides is to have larger slide numbers. I had to, at first I thought they were none, and eventually I did find them, but be able to follow that quickly with the page numbers would help. And consequently, I was looking to figure out, I think it might have been slide 8, when you're actually talking about some of the shortfall in terms of the park availability in terms of the population. And I thought maybe there's a way to just highlight the main numbers you were trying to pull off of this. I was trying to scan and follow your verbal narrative and what I was seeing on the slide. So maybe it's a matter of just highlighting something.
Okay.
The table alone in your verbal presentation, I was having trouble following you.
I think maybe I'm looking at this and I'm going, maybe I don't need to, since we are only using the acres of parkland per 1,000 residents for our population zone, maybe get rid of the total and just have the 9.8, the median as well as what ours are. I think that makes more sense.
Okay.
Okay, I'll look at that, but yes, thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Kevin.
Yeah, could we go back to slide 7 again, since we have time? I'll put this comment in my notes too, but so we already talked about it once, but I was trying to mentally map the left and the right images and struggling with that a little bit. I think I got there eventually. So I was wondering, or I would suggest maybe that you could sort of do a wire box on the right side that reflects the images boundaries that are on the left.
Okay. Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm drawing it in as we speak.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or feedback for Doug? Okay. Hearing none, I can roll into your next presentation, Doug.
Perfect. I apologize that you guys have to listen to me for 24 minutes straight. It really must suck for you. I feel bad.
Okay. Oh, I got thrown by Longview. I'm like, Longview, Moses Lake. I'm from Southwest Washington.
Longview is an area of Moses Lake.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to see, oh, it says you have control.
I do. I'm ready to roll.
Okay. All right. You're good to go then.
Okay.
So whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer.
It's going to be repetitive, but good morning. My name is Doug Coots. I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Services Director for the City of Moses Lake. And I'm here this time to present the City of Moses Lake Longview Park Development Project. This project is phase 1 of development of vacant city-owned land into a park. For those of you that don't know or not familiar with us, Moses Lake is located in Grant County, near the center of the state, right off of I-90. Moses Lake is the largest city in Grant County with a population of approximately 26,000. Shown on this map, you can see the city limits in green outlined in black with the UGA shaded in red. Project site is indicated by a red star. Longview Park is an undeveloped 5.6 acre parcel owned by the city located just north of State Route 17 on Longview Street, shown here in orange. The site is undeveloped land with shrub steppe habitat and some mounds construction debris left from the neighborhood development. Master plan was recently developed for this property. This grant application represents phase 1 of a multi-phase development of this property into a neighborhood park for this community. Phase 1 includes additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, a playground for preschool age children, an open lawn play area, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub steppe natural habitat, a conifer buffer planting, and concrete walkway. The open lawn play area does include irrigation. Priority 1, need local priorities. City of Moses Lake uses 2 benchmarks for parks within the city limits. A half-mile walk to a park and the NRPA median for our size of a city of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. The above map graphically represents a half-mile walk to parks with the Longview site in yellow. This shows that the development of the park on this site will fill a gap in the half-mile walking distance benchmark for park development for Moses Lake. Second benchmark of 9.8 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents is shown on this table. Moses Lake currently has 8.48 acres of developed parkland available to its residents. The numbers for undeveloped parkland and total parkland show information both with and without the inclusion of the 5.6 acre Longview property. Again, while this shows that Moses Lake has more parkland than the NRPA reported median for a community of our size, our developed parkland falls below that target. Adding the full build-out of the plan for the 5.6 acre park would bring our developed parkland to 8.69 acres per 1,000 residents, much closer to the city's target. Side note, if we develop both parks, it brings our total acreage to 9.12 acres per 1,000 residents of developed parkland. So even closer, obviously. In reviewing the SCORP data for this census tract, I did want to highlight that we do have an extremely high social vulnerability rank, as well as poor health outcomes index rank for this census tract. This particular neighborhood is low income and has significant language and cultural barriers to communication with city administration. The neighborhood itself is cut off geographically from other park properties with railroad tracks that are not passable to the north, and State Route 17 to the south. The next closest park is more than a half-mile walk away and only accessible to this community by car. The need for this specific park was identified in the 2022 Moses Lake Parks and Recreation and Open Space Plan, listed under goal number 5, to enhance, expand quality park experiences, with a specific master plan for this park being something that should have been done. Additionally, this whole the city Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan has been incorporated into our comprehensive plan for the city. So both the park board and city council have reviewed and approved these plans. Project scope. This location was acquired to fill a gap in our service area. The master plan did identify this in the city's planning documents, and the property is located in a lower income neighborhood with many challenges for its residents. The property has some construction debris left from the development of the community, and the most of the site is the shrub step habitat for the entire site, really, shrub step habitat. Project scope. The overall master plan is shown here. It includes both pre and school age inclusively designed playgrounds with artificial turf playground surfacing for ease of access. It includes a modular pump track, a restroom and drinking fountain, an open play lawn with irrigation, a futsal court, a basketball court, a large picnic shelter and grill, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, and maintenance of the natural shrub step habitat. This grant application, though, is just for phase 1 of this development, and that includes the following: additional design services, clearing and grading of the project site, playground for preschool age children, which is done as it is a lower cost initially to install and fit within the current project budget for phase 1. An open lawn play area with irrigation, picnic tables, bike racks, and garbage cans, shrub step habitat, natural habitat, a conifer buffer planting to shield the neighboring community from the activity sites, and a concrete walkway. Project design. The design is based on a physical survey of the property. All design elements were developed in the master plan process that was directed by RWD Landscape Architects in a community neighborhood design engagement process. The playgrounds are designed to be inclusive and to have synthetic turf playground and surfacing for better access. The design incorporates the usage of only turf areas deemed necessary to limit the use of potable water for irrigation, and we have maintained shrub step habitat on the collars of the project site. Our cost estimates are based on RWD Landscape Architect, from RWD Landscape Architects, and based on 20 years of experience within the industry. They include escalation per timeline and grant funding process, as well as taxes and contingencies within the specific line items. The project is scaled down to phase 1 to meet a ceiling of $1.1 million in total project cost based on this LWCF grant, WWRP Local Parks grant, and our local match contribution. Project engagement. As previously stated, this project was identified in our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. We had specific comments in the plan for the Longview area. Longview area is very undeveloped and needs a better neighborhood. A park would greatly improve the area. And then secondly, the Longview Tract Blacks Addition area is underserved and needs a park, was commented multiple times. We did do community outreach, and this is where we had the challenges with language and culture with the surrounding residents. The City of Moses Lake and RWD Landscape Architects held an open house advertised through the local school, the Homeowners Association Facebook pages, and the city's website, both in English and in Spanish. Attendance at the open house was not what we had hoped for. We received some minimal feedback, but it was determined that those cultural and language barriers to the surrounding residents were something that we would have to flex and do something different on. So we did. We arranged a school visit at the Longview School, which is attended by all of the kids in these neighborhoods. We arranged to visit all the local 4th grade classes and gather feedback on the designs and design elements from the students. Because who uses a park more than the kids? We received an incredible amount of feedback, and it was incorporated in the design of the final master plan. I was shocked and kind of amazed that the kids wanted a large picnic shelter and grill, and identified that as for family outings and gatherings. Community partnerships. Again, our partnership here with the Moses Lake School District is huge. We've been able to get into the classroom and actually talk to the students and get their feedback. We will continue that process through the rest of the design process with them. We have also received a letter of support on this project from the Boys and Girls Club of the Columbia Basin, and we are working on getting additional letters of support and partners in this project. Sustainability. We are maintaining the shrub step habitat on the colors of the project as native species to minimize the impact and improve the ecological function of the surrounding lands. We're minimizing the use of turf areas to those areas only deemed necessary to minimize the amount of watering with potable water to maintain it. And the conifer buffer planting between the park and neighboring community is existing there to minimize the sound pollution between the park elements with activity and the neighboring community. The new park with playground and open space provides recreational opportunities for this community, hemmed in by State Route 17 on one side and railroad tracks on the other side. There are no additional park properties available in this area, and it provides open space in future phases, a large picnic shelter and grill for large community and family events. The smaller grass footprint reduces the city's water usage longer term, reducing future operational costs comparatively with previously designed and implemented parks. Cost efficiencies, we are applying for the 2 grants as previously stated. Additional funds would come from the City of Moses Lake Parks mitigation account. Unfortunately, this neighborhood is an economically disadvantaged area with no means of financially supporting the project, but we will be targeting our local service clubs to see if they can help us out with this in the next month or so. This slide shows the Longview site, the phase 1 plan, and the full master plan. I'd like to thank the committee for their time, and I look forward to your feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doug. You had just about a minute left on the clock to work with if you need more time. So comments, questions for Doug? Teresa.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Two smaller things. One, I think maybe when you touch on the ecological aspects on the sustainability piece at the end, maybe referring back to the choice of the conifer sort of tree edge or tree wall that you had there, and how that plays into the water usage and future needs for the site. And then the other thing I was going to mention actually was earlier on, you had pointed out the urban growth area. I think it was in a red zone around the city. And you have a very large map kind of zoomed out. I'm not sure which slide it was.
I guess slide 3.
Yeah. Here you'd mentioned in this slide, which I think is really valuable. And then when you go into the next slide where it's zoomed in a little bit, I might reiterate that because we're so close here to the UGA that I think it might be valuable in highlighting that those red zones could, we could be seeing more housing and more population there in particular. It just wasn't called out specifically on this slide, and I think it could be valuable to show, the future range or walking range for use of this facility.
Makes sense. I got it.
Thanks, Teresa. Al.
Nice presentation, Doug. Same issues with slide 7 on this one as in the last one as discussed. And then on slide 9, you mentioned the railroad tracks, but I never could find them. I think that's a key. And you mentioned it again later in your presentation. If you can really show that better for a quick view on the eye instead of just the words, show exactly where that's at. Is it the dashed line? Is that what I'm seeing now?
Yeah, it's the dash line.
Okay.
So I'll
Yeah,
try and make that. I'll try and make
I
that.
put real railroad tracks in there because that shows you that's a huge thing, and I think it would really help on our scoring.
Okay.
Great presentation. Thank you.
I'll make that more evident.
All right.
Jen.
Just a couple like housekeeping, less, content related, but slide, well, since you're on this one, I do think just with the colors, this one and slide 4, maybe mute out some of the background stuff that's going on. It's just kind of hard for me to look at. And that would apply to your last presentation as well. And then on slide 3, I would provide a key for that map. Oh, you do have it. I'm sorry. My apologies. It's over there on the left. All the different.
But I think as a general rule, what I heard in my presentations, which are oddly enough fairly similar to this for WWRP local parks, was increase the size of my graphics and get rid of some of the text. So I'm going to probably do that across the board.
Yeah. Okay.
So it'll be much more evident if I make the actual map larger, as large as I can at least. Okay.
Yep. And then on slide 17, but I would do this throughout both presentations, but I'll just use that one as an example, just kind of text heavy. And so love the photos and love the content, but maybe like put spaces between your bullet points, and instead of, feedback was received, you could just say feedback, just less words, maybe kind of take the crux of what you're saying and just use just a few words to describe it on the screen, because you're also saying it. And then I just found myself trying to read it, but then listen to you at the same time.
Yep.
So just kind of, just putting it in
absolutely with you. Absolutely
in a nutshell.
Less text, more bigger graphics.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex.
Hi, Doug. I was really intrigued with some of your comments about the engagement process and how you adapted pretty quickly when you didn't get what you wanted in terms of numbers and participation. It did make me have 2 questions. One actually goes to design, wondering, since you got such good involvement from the 4th graders, does phase 1 deliver the facilities that they asked for? I can't remember from the design, by the time I got to that end of the presentation, does phase 1 actually provide, is it more tot lot? Will they be seeing what they need when they get there? I can't answer that for myself. So that might be something you can weave it or not.
Yeah, the open lawn play area was a big one for them. And if you look around and if you look at this overhead, and that's something that what I kind of looked at to kind of distinguish is, you can see there's not a lot of grass in the properties around it. It's going to be basically their backyard. So I'm going to distinguish that when I go back and revise this presentation is that this will become their backyard playground, basically. The tot lot, most of them were looking at for their kid brother, kid sister. Hey, they could have a playground too. So does it deliver everything? No, but it's only phase 1. Does it deliver what they asked for? Yes, they asked for the playground. They asked for the open lawn play area. One of the bigger things that I said earlier surprised me was that they wanted the big picnic shelter and the grill, because the cultural events that they have with their community, they want that space. So we were trying to get them the picnic shelter and the grill in the first phase, but we couldn't fit it in the budget. So it is one of those things that this is going to be a work in process, and we're going to have to work with them. But every single thing that is on this list had multiple votes for it, like a great amount of votes for it. So it's not every single aspect. I could pick any of the aspects. I think the lowest one was probably there's a synthetic turf mound. I think that was probably the lowest ranking that got into the project. So we're not doing the highest ranked one. We're not doing the lowest ranked ones first. We're doing what they asked.
I understand phasing. That's good to hear that they'll see enough. Yeah, to be a back. Great.
Thanks, Alex. Mark.
Yeah, good job. I like the retention of the shrub step, and And maybe in the sustainability section, that question as far as pollinator habitat, you can emphasize that. Know that you're going to have to do some clearing, and so perhaps some of the existing vegetation can be repurposed for the landscape portion of it after you clear and grade. You're going to have to be putting things back in, and you have some plants on site that you could perhaps repurpose for that. So just a few thoughts on the sustainability.
Thank you, Mark. Any last comments or questions for Doug? Okay, hearing none. Doug, the committee will wrap up their comments on both of your presentations, as will your grants manager, and send those back to you for revisions. I know you know the drill. You've been here before, and we'll see you back in August.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm wondering, we've got one more presentation before we go to lunch, and wondering if Nick from Spokane happened to jump on the meeting.
He's not, but I could text him real quick and see if he can get on quicker. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna suggest, if it works for Nick, that we take maybe a 10-minute break and then regroup around 11:40, and then we can have a little bit longer lunch break. So
I will ask him.
Yeah,
I'll ask him to jump on early. Yeah.
Yeah, if he can.
I'm certain he can. I'm in a different location, but I'll ask him and let you know right away.
Okay. All right. Let's plan to come back at 11:40. And if Nick needs a little more time, then we'll just hang out. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you all.
Ian?
Yeah.
I noticed that same issue in Prism that somebody else mentioned about not having criteria for about 3 of the projects.
Yes, and thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, just letting you know that it's, yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to let you know, Tessa did give me an update while Doug was speaking, that the developers are aware, they're working on it. It was suggested that if we log completely out of Prism and log back in, that might help. I personally tried that because I'm actually having the same problem on my end too, and that did not work for me.
Didn't work for me either.
Didn't work for me either.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I
That's okay.
apologize for that. If you're able to have the criteria maybe minimized on your screen as a guide, and I do apologize for that inconvenience, but they are aware and they're working on it.
Great.
All right, thank you all. So we'll see you back at 11:40, and hopefully we'll be able to get started a little early today and have a longer lunch break. Welcome back, everyone. And we are able to get started a little early. Nick, I know you're with us, and thank you for coming in and being ready a little bit early ahead of schedule. So the committee is very thankful. We'll get a little bit earlier start on the lunch hour.
Not a problem. That is reflected in our we're easy to work with score, right?
Right. I'm going to just pull up your presentation. So this is Meadow Glen. You're presenting today.
That's right.
And I'm going to hand you the remote. Okay, you should be able to click on it and take control. Okay, that looks like you're able to move your slides.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a time practice for you, Nick. I will be timing you on this end. And we've asked the committee to hold their questions and comments until you're finished. So you have 12 minutes and you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Nick Hammond. I am the City of Spokane I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, and I'm here to present the Meadow Glen Neighborhood Park Development Phase 1 project. This project goal is to develop one new neighborhood park on existing city-owned land, undeveloped land within the city's most geographically underserved neighborhood. We request RCO grant funding from the Land and Water Conservation Fund in the amount of $1.5 million, which is approximately 26% of the estimated project cost. Additional grant funds are being requested through the WWRP Local Parks Program, and remaining matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. The project is located in the city of Spokane, the second most populous city in Washington State. At the time of the 2020 census, Spokane's population was approximately 229,000. The project site is located in the northwest portion of the city within the North Indian Trail neighborhood. As illustrated by the yellow on this map, geographic park service within the North Indian Trail neighborhood is the worst in the city of Spokane. While 89% of the city residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park, schoolyard, or public outdoor space, only 46% of North Indian Trail residents are within a 10-minute walk of a public outdoor space. Of the plus or minus 3,900 households within the neighborhood, 2,088 lack walkable access to a park. Zooming in on the neighborhood, you can see a lot of purple on this map. The purple indicates area listed by the Trust for Public Land as high priority area for new parks in the brand new 2024 Park Score Index. This further illustrates the lack of developed parkland in this neighborhood. The neighborhood is currently served by two existing public outdoor spaces, Pacific Park and Woodridge Public School. From both this image and the last slide, you can clearly see there's a large gap in park service on the northern half of the neighborhood. Pacific Park, the only city-owned park within the neighborhood, was constructed in 1991, is 5 acres in size, and includes a small playground, restroom, splash pad, and half-court basketball court. The facility has not been updated since its initial construction and is still functional, but is showing its age with minor facility damage. It is not large enough or flat enough to provide sport courts, ball field space, long walking paths, nor does it provide off-street parking or a transit stop. Woodridge Elementary, the other neighborhood space outdoors, is approximately 9 acres in size and includes a large multi-use grass field, 3 basketball courts, a perimeter walking path, and a playground. Though the playground is often locked and not available for public use. As is the case with many public schools, it provides some needed access to the community, but does not provide the full unrestricted access the community desires. Despite the identified gap in park service and aging park facilities, the North Indian Trail neighborhood is one of the most rapidly developing neighborhoods within the city of Spokane. Reviewing permit data from 2019 to 2023, the citywide average increase in residential units is 32 units per neighborhood per year. In the North Indian Trail neighborhood, however, residential units are increasing at an average of 121 units per year. That's 378% higher than the citywide average, and many of these lots are multifamily residential, primarily duplex. The city of Spokane does not have a park dedication ordinance, nor does it charge a park impact fee for development, and as a result, these new developments are not required to dedicate or construct any park space. Here you can see one of those housing plats in 2018 sitting as undeveloped grazing land. And here you can see that same space in 2024, rapidly being converted into duplex housing with more build out occurring annually. In contrast to the adjacent private development, Meadow Glen Park today sits much the same as it did when it was acquired by the city in 1987. While the adjacent properties have developed into single-family homes and duplexes, the park is not growing and not currently providing the play and outdoor recreation desired by the community. Recognizing the need for improved park service here and throughout the city, in 2022 citywide park master plan, we asked the community at large to weigh in on their priorities. The community expressed strong desire to invest in neighborhood parks citywide, with specific investment in Meadow Glen Park. Community desire in Northwest Spokane was so strong, in fact, that the city park plan specifically recommends developing Meadow Glen Park to service residents who currently do not have adequate park access as a first-tier community priority. Pictured here is the initial concept plan developed with the community during the citywide park master plan update. The proposed project site is a 14-acre parcel of relatively flat natural land comprised of dryland grass with a dense stand of ponderosa pine along the western edge of the site. The land is bordered by a local access road to the south and a higher volume arterial to the west. Just north of the proposed project site is the Meadow Glen Park natural area, which is not proposed for development. Here's a photo of the proposed site from the south looking north. This is a view of that natural area, which connects to a larger network of popular soft surface trails. While the site remains primarily in an undeveloped condition, there is an existing sidewalk along the southern edge, seen in the left image, and a bus turnaround and restroom at the northwestern corner of the property. The project proposes to develop approximately 8 acres of 14-acre Meadow Glen property, including new parking for park and trailhead use, a new playground, sport courts, restroom building, walking paths, and street frontage, while preserving the large pines that are already on site. The project design program was generated specifically using first-tier community priorities for park improvements. Those include the playground, restroom, parking for the park, and a trailhead. First, let's look at the accessible playground. This is a view of that proposed play area looking south. It is surrounded by ADA accessible walkways and is easily accessible from the parking area and bus drop-off. Here is another view looking north. You can see that the play area takes good advantage of the large existing ponderosa pine stand to shade the playground during hot afternoon sun hours. It incorporates natural and manufactured play elements and also includes a less developed forest play area beneath the pines themselves on the left side of the screen. Second is a restroom located near the playground, picnicking area, sport courts, and parking. This view shows the restroom and its relationship to the site. It is proposed with a multiple single-stall family restrooms and will be fully ADA accessible. Next is the parking area and bus drop-off. After discussion with the neighborhood, this feature was positioned with access from the arterial street at the northwest corner of the property. It is located away from adjacent residences in response to concerns about potential noise impact, and it's very near park amenities. 64 stalls are proposed, which is actually greater than a typical neighborhood park requires in Spokane, as parking is planned to serve a dual purpose for both developed park users as well as trailhead users interested in using the soft surface natural trails just to the north. The bus drop-off is also nearby, with the parking area, serving as a bus turnaround. Next, you can see the racket sport courts and bocce court. We received strong feedback requesting active attractions which could be used by the aging community members, with preference for racket sports and bocce specifically. Shown are 4 lighted, dedicated pickleball courts, though it's possible in detailed design 2 of the courts could be a shared use with tennis, should that be the neighborhood's desire. Also pictured in the foreground is a trailhead kiosk and access path to the Meadow Glen natural area, just out of the image to the left. And here are those bocce courts. Now let's talk paths. Local recreation survey lists using walking and hiking trails as the second most popular activity residents like to do in Spokane parks. So this project proposes several looping, paved, and soft surface pathways. We envision park walkways will meander through tall grasses, cross a couple of small footbridges, and connect to adjacent streetscape and entry signage. We also envision the soft surface trails beneath the ponderosa pine stand. We envision much of the western portion of the site keep this natural, low development, soft surface character. Based on community feedback, two items from the master plan were much lower priorities and are not included in this scope: the Great Lawn and the basketball court. To meet an achievable project budget, these lower tier desires will be implemented in a future phase. This graphic illustrates the scope, which omits the lawn and omits the sport courts. The city has retained a professional cost estimating firm to generate project costs in tandem with the design team, and the budget is turnkey. It includes construction costs and soft costs. If grant funding is awarded, we expect the project to be bid ready by the end of 2025, with construction to begin in the spring of 2026. After the extremely successful Riverfront Park bond implementation in Spokane's downtown, Parks recently completed a new extensive public outreach process for an updated park plan. We connected with over 5,300 citizens through 26+ engagement opportunities. And this plan identified Meadow Glen Park development as a first-tier community priority. Since that time, the city has held 4 public workshops, 3 additional neighborhood meetings, and an online mapping exercise to determine specific community preferences for site improvements and design. Through these meetings, the community has shaped both program elements within the park and the physical location of those elements. We've also begun initial consultation with the Spokane Tribe of Indians. The project has received letters of support from the North Indian Trail Neighborhood Council, the 2 city council members who represent this portion of the city, and several nearby residents. While these groups have not pledged funding for construction, they have been excellent partners in soliciting public input and pursuing improvement within their neighborhood. In line with the city's adopted sustainability action plan, the project proposes a large portion of prairie grasses and meadow rather than just turf, reducing project annual water consumption for irrigation by 40% compared to the traditional park design of the same size. Additionally, the project improves the neighborhood's social sustainability by creating a new social gathering infrastructure and providing easy bus access for those just outside of a short walk. Economically, the reduced park turf area reduces the long-term maintenance and watering costs for the park facility. We've been pursuing this improvement diligently since the recent park master plan, and the design consultant is already contracted to maximize schedule efficiency. The land is already owned by the city, saving acquisition costs. The existing transit stop is already in place, saving the cost of adding a new stop. Utilities are already stubbed to the site from city mains, and the proposed parking location combines parking for both trailheads and park into one build. The park will also serve future homes north of this location, which are yet to be built. Lastly, the Spokane Park Board has allocated matching funds for this project through both annual park capital funds and city council appropriation. In the 37 years since the land for Meadow Glen Park was purchased by the city, the North Indian Trail neighborhood has grown up. In the past 6 years, that growth has exploded, and still there is no park to serve the families that call this neighborhood their home. Talking extensively with the community, we heard clearly from those neighbors, invest in our neighborhood. With the help of the LWCF program, Spokane Parks is finally positioned to provide the park service so greatly needed within this portion of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick. You had 5 seconds left on the clock, so nice job meeting your time. Jen, comments or questions for Nick?
Yeah, I'm curious why you're not applying for $2 million?
We talked long and hard about this in our planning group, Jen, and while we think we could fully use all of that $2 million, we felt that an ask for a little bit less than that in LWCF and a little bit of money from WWRP local parks would get us to that $2 million number without overly asking for too much from this one program. We were just a little concerned that maybe a $2 million ask was too much. So that was the thought process there.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't see the WWRP.
And I would just jump in on that, Jen, too. I had the same questions, so I've made a note for Nick's grants manager to look at budget and best strategy for how much funding to request in each program.
Okay. And then, okay, so one question early on, just a clarification. So slide 9.
Gotta be a quicker way to do this.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. And I'll ask while you're looking at, I think you said that the school is considered a neighborhood park? Is that how yours is identified in your comp plan?
Yeah, we claim school properties because we have a joint use agreement with Spokane Public Schools that we use their field spaces for the public, though they're sort of quasi serving the community. So this park here, Pacific Park, is a city park. It's actually the next slide.
Oh, okay,
that
next
is-
slide. Yeah, sorry.
The next slide is the school.
Okay, but okay, which slide has the map for the need that shows the need? Is it 8? Sorry.
Keep going back.
Yeah.
Oh, other way?
Keep going back.
I think it's back, yeah. Yes, this one. So the school, I'm just thinking you could make your case stronger for need if you take the school out, unless it's like identified in your comp plan as, because we do the same thing. We have joint use agreement, we schedule all the ball fields and stuff, but they're not actually classified as like a neighborhood park in our comprehensive plan.
That's consistent with the way we look at it. From a walkshed standpoint, we do count them as fields for our walkshed numbers. So I just didn't want to over-represent, a lack of service there, even though that's not our facility.
Yeah, just a suggestion. And maybe,
okay.
Think about that. So,
thank you.
Great project.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Nick. Hi.
Hey, Alex.
A couple quick comments on the project. I understand that the total property you have is 14 acres and you're only really looking at developing roughly 8. And I wanted to be more respectful of the fact that you have a big future facility, and maybe some of the graphics could better highlight that you have a larger park and this really is only phase 1. It kept pulling back, at least in my mind, as I followed you, really focusing on the 8, as it should in terms of it being phase 1. However, you've got a much bigger vision of which this is a piece. So I thought I wanted to recall that 14 is part of this big overall future, especially with the points you make about future growth. And I also wasn't sure whether or not when you're talking about need and how underserved this part of the city is, if you can mention transit earlier instead of just simply at the end. I think it came up like slide 22 or somewhere fairly late in terms of being able to actually show the added access that you have readily available. You could be able to slip that in earlier.
Okay.
It's certainly, I see it there, but I didn't get an appreciation of it until you got much later in the presentation.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Dan.
Hi, Nick. Great presentation, great project. And I don't just say that because I'm from Spokane. One thing that I notice is I know sustainability doesn't carry a lot of points. However, if there is ecological benefit for that, especially in the growth in that area, maybe highlighting that a bit more, that retention of that green space and natural corridors could be something very favorable in that section.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions or comments for Nick?
And this is Corey.
Hi, Corey.
Hey, Nick, that was a great presentation. I really enjoyed it. I really thought there was great project design photos. To me, it was the most impressive was the $3.8 million you already have set aside for the project. I'm curious if that's broken down into just general fund, maybe REAP funding, because it is really impressive, and it might be worth showing the input that the city has had in different ways of funding it.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely coming from any number of buckets because parks can't pull that together ourselves. So
even if it's just listed and you don't have to read it off or anything, but I think it's pretty cool.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks, Corey. Anything else for Nick? Okay, hearing nothing else, our committee will wrap up their written comments, as will your grants manager. And we'll return your application for revision. We'll see you back here in August.
All right. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you. So before we head to our lunch break, a little bit of an update on the PRISM situation with pulling the criteria. While Nick was speaking, I noticed that my criteria was back up and running, but Tessa's was not. So I'm not sure. It seems like it's intermittent. Oh, sorry, Ashley.
Yeah, mine was mine came back too.
Yours came back.
Yeah, so did mine. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, so while not everyone may have it, I would just suggest again during the lunch hour, maybe log out, log back in, and see if that makes a change for you. Okay, so we're back here at 1:10 for our next presentation. So maybe if you can get here a couple minutes before, and we'll plan to start promptly at 1:10.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Hey all, we're starting to come back from lunch and just looking to see if we have our presenter. I believe we're expecting Matthew Sims for the South Whidbey project. Oh, hey, Matthew.
Yes, you are. Thank you for having me.
Yes, awesome. Can you see your presentation on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
And can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Thank you. I'm going to go
Okay.
ahead and pass the remote over to you.
Okay.
Okay, you should be able to click and grab it.
Okay, I did.
Okay, and maybe just make sure your slides are moving for you.
Let's see if they do. And remind me what the advanced control is.
You should be able to click and use your arrow keys.
Yeah, arrow keys are not working.
Mm,
Oh, there we
there
go.
we go. Okay.
Yeah, I just had to click in the middle of the screen. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So Matthew, this is a timed practice today, so I will be your timer on this end. And we've asked our
Okay.
committee members to hold their comments and questions until you're finished. So you have 12
Okay.
minutes and you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all for having us. I'm Matt Sims. I'm a commissioner on the South Whidbey Parks and Recreation District Board. With me today, we've got dialed in Brian Thomaser, who's our Parks Executive Director, and Bill Swint, who's representing our 501c3 partner, the South Whidbey Parks and Aquatics Foundation. So this project is aquatic recreation, specifically the pools within this South Whidbey Aquatic Recreation Center to be built in our community park, which is our principal central park facility. That location means it's connected directly to trails and other outdoor recreation elements in community park. So for those not familiar with the authority to fund something like this, you can see there's a building there, a sheltered pool within LWCF. NPS LWCF guidelines allow for sheltered pools in using what's called their cold climatic criteria, which is based on the average June temperature in your location compared to a standard within those guidelines, and we meet that standard. So this is the location. If you're not familiar with Whidbey Island, you can kind of see where we sit. We're connected at the south end of the island by ferry to Mukilteo, and at the north end by the Deception Pass Bridge to Fidalgo Island, and then on to the mainland. This is zoom in closer, and you can see why aquatic recreation is front of mind for our citizens. We see water everywhere we go, but generally it's too cold to swim in, save for the hardiest among us. So here's the site with the park outline and some kind of key references noted. You see our one incorporated city in the district is Langley, about a mile north. Clinton Ferry is about 3 miles to the right. The Freeland growth area is about 5 miles in the other direction. The state highway comes by, and then there's a primary road, Max Walton Road, that borders the site. You can see the close proximity of our school properties. Public schools are directly adjacent to the property. You can see here, we zoom in further, this is community park. And you can see what we mean when we say we're connected to other outdoor recreation elements. You see a core group of trails that run through this kind of spine of our park, and then multi-purpose fields, dedicated fields for things like baseball and softball. We've got a pump track and skate park. We've got playgrounds. We've got picnic shelters, a sledding hill. We've even got a parking lot we've converted to pickleball courts that we're working on building a pickleball facility using grants that we were successful in achieving in the last cycle. Now this is the first of several slides that talk about needs. So this is a look at the service areas. Our primary service area is South Whidbey. That secondary service area is what we call Central Whidbey. Total served population is roughly 30,000, and no public pool facilities exist in either one of those areas. When we look at where those nearest public pool facilities are, one direction to Oak Harbor It's about a 2-hour round trip. The other direction crosses the ferry and takes us to either Everett or Mukilteo for the closest facilities. And that's also about a 2-hour round trip, which for our working families and seniors and youth, it's just too far. So this needs analysis and our level of service determination led us to put this project in our comp plan. And then the public voted in a survey we did to make it our #1 priority. What we did then was 2 things. We solicited our Parks and Aquatics Foundation partners, solicited private funds to fund a feasibility study for the project. And as part of that study, we did a more detailed survey. That ended up being the most significant survey response we've ever gotten in the history of our district. And the public told us 2 things. They told us what to design, how to design the pools, what to put in the pools in terms of features and functions. And then they told us 71% said it was the highest priority in the ranking scheme in the survey. So make it your highest priority. The other thing we did was went out and talked to stakeholders to see where our stakeholders, key stakeholders, in alignment, were they in support, were they neutral? We ended up getting 1 by 1. They all lined up in strong support. The county, the school district, the seniors, the Port District, Economic Development Council, City of Langley, everybody lined up in support. We got formal resolutions from the Port District and the City of Langley telling us that they were strong supporters of the project. The other thing we did is we took all that out and wanted to talk to the public about it face to face. And this was led by our partner, the Parks and Aquatics Foundation, and collected input from a variety of sources, grocery store tables, farmers market tables over a number of months, interface with people like the Lions Club and the Rotary, and open public meetings. And what needs did that tell us we had? One is that our population needs recreation and fitness options, especially in light of our short days and iffy weather. We also understood that water safety is a critical need. Our survey, the detailed survey, told us more people than we thought across all demographics, youth, teens, adults, seniors, do not know how to swim, which is a problem on an island where we're completely surrounded by water. You know, lots of people recreating out in the water, doing things like fishing and boating and other things. And a significant portion of our population does not know how to swim. Another need we identified, given our demographic, you can see how unique it is. We are significantly older than the median population statistic for Washington State is aquatic therapy and rehab. And we interface with our PT providers, our hospital, clinics on the island, and we understood from that interface that the kinds of things aquatic therapy is good at, we need in terms of ambulatory function, chronic pain, and those sorts of things. So now we go on to project scope. So this is the site, first part of it. You can see we have a site. We happen to own it, which is also nice. It's flat and level, generally clear. We've got did some site surveys and understood that we've got a seasonal wet area on the right side of the picture that we were successfully able to buffer away from. And then we've got a nice border to the primary road that gives us some isolation from that road off to the left. So now the pools, and based on all those needs that we assessed, there are 2 of them in this design. We are seeking RCO funding for this one, the first one, which is a warm water, shallow recreation pool that'll address those needs: water safety, primarily recreation, wellness, therapy, fitness. With this current channel, there's a little thing called the vortex in the middle. There's lap lanes, there's shallow depth areas, there's ramp access. So there's a multi-purpose pool that serves the entire population across those needs. So public funds in the form of a bond measure that we passed in November of 2023 will fund the match, which is the second pool. You can see this, it's a deeper, colder pool with lap lanes, also water safety elements, recreation, wellness, therapy, and fitness in this pool. So you can see here how those things fit together in the structure, connected together, and you can see that reinforcement of those key needs that we assessed: recreation, water safety, wellness, fitness, and therapy. So another one of the design criteria is alignment to location. You can see that here. And there's some things that were critically important to us there. One, that we've satisfied our critical areas analysis. Our DHP analysis said that we're clear on the site. We've got good buffers to the wet area to the right and to the road to the left. We're connected in the park to all the rest of the outdoor recreation elements that are important to the population. We've got a transit stop directly in front of the site, which again helps us with accessibility and other environmental impacts that we'll talk about here in a second. That one of those examples of mitigating public use in the design footprint is that transit stop. That transit stop proximity allows us to reduce the size of the parking lot, so we reduce that footprint on the site. Accessibility is another key element of the design. This is an ADA facility, and we've got all kinds of interesting elements that came from our public interface. We had a couple of folks who have significant expertise in our public on ADA accessibility, and we ended up with some really unique design elements that came in as a result of that public feedback. So how ready are we to move forward? In a word, we are ready. This project has been funded through the design phases by the state capital budget in 2022 and 2023. And as a result, all those drawings you see were built by this consultant, our partner, ARC Architects of Seattle. The cost element estimates that we have that we're using for this application, we feel very confident in because they were prepared by ARC and by their subcontractor, DCW Cost Management. You see their reference information there. So real cost engineers did this work. So we feel very good about those numbers. We are entering the construction documents phase of the project in July as our plan. And we've already got down the road on some of the permits. SEPA has been submitted along with the master land development permit. Those are under review right now. And then the rest of the permits have been prepared and will be submitted when we get to the 70% construction documents phase later this year. So back to that engagement, you saw the pictures earlier about our engagement. So this was a massive effort, collecting public feedback from a variety of different places. And we got strong support across our entire public demographic and across our stakeholders with our legislators, as I told you, that capital budget support, and then ultimately by the voters in November of 2023. To the question of stewardship, we talked about it in general, but there's elements of this that come from the site and come from the facility. We put it in the middle between our, roughly equidistant between our population centers to minimize trip distances. It's on a transit line with a stop directly in front of the facility, so we've got maximum transit access to the facility. The design is around a highly insulated structure with high efficiency hydronic loops for water heating that we've modeled after the most efficient structures that have been built in Washington State in the last 10 years, including one funded by this program, the William Shore facility in Port Angeles, which has their environmental footprint example is they doubled the size of that facility with your grant support, and they cut their electricity use in half. And we're modeling from their program. We also have some innovative waste heat scavenging elements of the facility. We're taking the energy out of the waste, the air that we're exhausting out into the street, and we're removing waste heat from the wastewater in an innovative program. So lots of interesting things that are incorporated in the design there. We're planning on 200 kilowatt solar array. We're part of the Department of Commerce storage plus solar program. Track 1 so far, and track 2 hopefully to fund the solar array. And we've designed the site facilities and parking, sidewalks and things to support aquifer recharge, which is important to us here. Finally, from a cost efficiency standpoint, you see we're starting to build a private capital campaign. We've raised more than $200,000 from private donations. We picked a site that's owned by the district. We're going to put the park staff in this facility to save money. We've got super high efficiency systems, like I said, modeled after some of these example facilities built in the last 10 years here, including both electrical cost savings and water savings from the filtration system that we've specified. And with that, I conclude, and I'll open up to questions from anyone.
Thank you, Matthew. And you were just about a minute and a half over on your presentation.
Okay, thank you for that.
So comments, questions for Matthew? Okay, Mo?
Yeah, am I correct that the grant is for the whole swimming pool? I mean, maybe not like the solar arrays and stuff, but the
Yes,
the
yeah,
two
just
pools?
that. Yeah, just that, the first pool, the recreation pool.
Oh, just the recreation pool. Okay, so
Just the recreation pool.
I would make that a little bit more clear. I thought I had heard that in the presentation, and then
Okay.
through the presentation, I wasn't sure any longer. You'll see probably my note here for you. It just, the cost seemed quite low to me, even for one pool. It's a little
Got
bit
it. No,
surprising.
that's great feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, pools are expensive.
Mhm.
Thanks, Mo. Kevin?
Hi, good afternoon. Could you go to slide 8?
Slide 8, yes. Okay.
Yeah, I had a trouble digesting this. I think I was working on
Okay.
the percents, and the chart is what I'm referring to and all that. So I'm looking at it again, trying to interpret
Sure,
it
I
now.
can, yeah, I can
So I was
describe
thinking,
it.
like,
So,
I think maybe if you just picked one of these or a summary or whichever one of them best makes your case or something like that, that would be helpful, because
okay.
sometimes when there's something complex like this, I start trying to figure it out, and then I stop listening to you.
Got it. Yeah, no, that's great feedback.
Thank you.
Okay. And Alex?
Mo had one of my comments, so you've already heard one of mine, Matthew. The other is just a small one, and that was when you were talking about the true hazard that not knowing how to swim is, and measured in the number of childhood deaths. And on that slide, it seemed like there were two statements, and they were somewhat duplicative. One was saying it was an accident, and another one said something else about childhood deaths due to drowning. It seemed duplicative. So it was striking and lacked clarity. So maybe there's a quick correction there.
Yeah, we're trying to highlight the difference in a couple different age groups. So I think that just may be enough duplication that it's not clear to people. So I will scrub that. Thank you.
Kevin?
Sorry, I failed to lower my hand.
Oh, all right, got it. Jen?
Oh, I had raised my hand and then lowered it because Kevin had mine for slide 8. But
Okay.
then I had another question though. And maybe you mentioned this, but remind me, did you talk about access for people with disabilities in the facility?
Yeah, I just touched on it, towards the end, but it was really a big part of and maybe I just need to emphasize that more. It's a big part of our public engagement effort. We have a couple really qualified folks. We actually have the guy who wrote the American for Disabilities Act lives in our district, and of all things, and so we've got some folks who came to almost every public meeting representing the needs of that segment of our population. So that's been a design element from the very beginning. And the facility is designed for ADA access to all elements of the facility.
Yeah, okay, and did you have photos of
No, that's
like some of the
no, we
individuals?
don't.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
that
a
might be
great point.
helpful.
Yeah, okay. That's a great point.
Thanks.
Oh,
Yeah, you just reminded me that one slide that you had on accessibility, the graphics just didn't make sense to me at all.
Got it. Yeah, and it was just it
Looked
was
like an engineering crosscut or
yeah,
something like
it was a
that.
drawing that we could use to talk about some specific element that came up in a question. Yeah, so we can think about what would be a
Some
better way
cute
to
fluffy
represent
picture would be much more appropriate.
that. Got it. Got it.
any other comments or questions for Matthew? Okay, hearing none, Matthew, the committee will wrap up their comments, and as will your grants manager, return your application to you for editing, and we'll see you back here in August.
Oh, thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone for your input and comments. We'll take them all to heart.
Thank you. Oops. Okay, so next up we have Cedro Woolley, and I think Nathan, you're presenting today.
Yeah, I'm here. Hear me okay?
Can hear you, and you can see, give it a click, make sure your slides will move. Okay. Great. So Nathan, this is a timed presentation today. I will time you on this end, and we've asked the committee to hold their comments and questions until you're finished. So you have 12 minutes to present, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nathan Salsina, and I'm the Maintenance and Operations Supervisor for the City of Cedar Woolley Public Works and Parks. And today we're presenting the Olmsted Park Playground and Sports Courts project. So this is the Olmsted Park site plan on the north side of Cedar Woolley. Phase 1 of the Olmsted project includes the parking, accessible pathways, walking trails, restrooms, picnic tables, benches, large trees, landscaping, and all the associated utilities. And the first phase of the project is already funded at 100%. So today we're just talking about the area inside the red, the little red area that says project area. That's the basis for this application. So Cedar Woolley is known as the gateway to the North Cascades. We're a small community located in the lovely Skagit County in the northwest corner of Washington State. And zooming in, you can see that Cedar Woolley is located just about 5 miles off the Interstate 5 corridor. This is Olmsted Park location within the city limits. Olmsted Park is approximately 10.1 or 10.81 acres. And you can see that most of the park facilities in our city are located on the southern half of the city. Olmsted Park is up here. This is an aerial photograph of the Olmsted Park site showing the approximate boundaries. The park site has mountain valley views, a pond, wetlands, a creek, forests, historic features, and adjacent city utilities and streets. So as I mentioned, phase 1 is fully funded, and it's everything outside the red dotted line. Just wanted to emphasize that. The view in this photo highlights the housing density just to the west of our project site and illustrates the public need for this project. The city currently has only one other community-sized park on the southern edge of the city and is currently used at full capacity all spring and summer, with all of our picnic pavilions reserved 1 year in advance. Most of Cedar Woolley's growth is occurring on the northern half of the city, which currently has no developed city parks and has the largest concentrations of children and the smallest lot sizes and yards. The nearest developed city park is located 1.5 miles away and requires crossing a busy state highway. This is a unique project as it will provide for improved access for youth fishing. This aerial photo of the site further illustrates the expansion of the city and housing density. The park site is shown in green. The property that you can see to the west of Cascadia Drive over on this side currently has a 260 lot long plat under review, and the golf course property down here is also owned by a housing developer that's working on long platting the site with a mixture of residential and commercial development. This map shows our service area, which is the city limits and the city urban growth area. As you can see, there are no city parks on the north side of Highway 20, which is a significant barrier. This is Highway 20 right here. This park will serve the northeast quadrant of the city and draw the larger community to use its unique features. The first way we consider public need is to review our citizen input in our local planning documents and also city council goals. Our city comp plan completed in May of 2018 and our annual council goals include the following. To plan and develop a 15-acre community park on the north side of Highway 20, which has a large population of young families but currently has no park. Provide linkages to county trails. Pursue joint ventures with Skagit County and other jurisdictions. And to improve the parkland at the Swift Center, which has since been named Olmsted Park, and to add recreation facilities, caretaker amenities, lake and open space access, parking infrastructure, and passive recreation. This project will complete portions of the Olmsted Park plan that we currently do not have funding for in the first phase, and it will add a playground, sports courts, landscaping, and pathways to the new park project. That is, and this phase one is scheduled to begin construction this year in 2024. The park will be open year-round and be open during park hours. Cedar Woolley is growing fast. Our permit center is busier than ever. Our current population is just over 13,000 with over 26,000 in our school district. I fully expect our population to exceed those projections. Also, the demographics of Cedar Woolley are as such that over 50% of our elementary school children are eligible for the free and reduced lunch program. Olmsted Park location is within walking distance of an elementary school and a middle school and is located along a bus route with a bus stop located directly in front of the park. This slide speaks to our demographics. As you can see, our household income is below the state average by $12,956. Persons of color is 8% below the state average. Our disabled population is 3% higher than the state average, and our body mass index is 0.9% above the state average. And lastly, our mortality rate is 252 people more than the state average. So our playground, our project addresses deficient opportunities in the following ways. Once again, it completes a comprehensive plan goal of adding a park on the north side of Highway 20, expands high demand recreational opportunities in the park system, adds volleyball court, basketball court, and playground, completes pathways, bicycle parking, and seating area, and it adds landscaping. So one more time, I want to further emphasize that the scope for this project is only the areas shown inside the red area. The areas outside are fully funded. This is an enlarged view of our project area. The playground adds color and is universally accessible, and it completes the sports courts and landscaping. Olmsted Park was named in honor of the Olmsted brothers, who completed the original park, or the original design of the Northern State Hospital campus that is right next door to our project site. Olmsted Park is a community scale park. Stormwater pond treats on-site stormwater, and accessible recreation and paths are designed throughout the park. The project is environmentally responsible, placing development within a master plan that protects existing wetlands. Our top 5 priorities in our design are the playground, sports courts, site furnishing, pathways, and landscaping. The design meets the needs of all populations. Once again, the new playground and sports courts are fully accessible to all. Our playground design has 23 accessible components and many inclusive elements, ADA surfacing, and all of the individual elements are listed on this slide. Our playground design is fully inclusive and includes evidence-based playground design and promotes active and equitable play. Our playground has been designed as a national demonstration site, which demonstrates Cedar Woolley's commitment to outdoor recreation. One note on this slide, before we got the PowerPoint submitted before we had our final budget completed. So our project budget is actually $952,042. It has been developed by consultants and plans are at 100% design. If we are successful with our fundraising, we plan to advertise for bids and complete the project as soon as feasible. So for project support, we had significant and unanimous support at our project open house, receiving only positive comments. We have many letters of support in our file from homeowners associations, major employers, service organizations, and neighboring government agencies. Perhaps most importantly, we have the support of our project partner, the Port of Skagit County, which has donated the property to the city and pledged $400,000 towards the planning and development of the overall project. Just some quotes from our community partners showing support. And so our project is sustainable because it uses sustainable products that are built to last. Product manufacturers have all committed to sustainable manufacturing practices and design products that can be easily reclaimed at the end of their useful life. Cedar Woolley is unique in the way we manage our parks. We actually have on-site caretakers at our park that live on site, which reduces vandalism and provides regular maintenance. The landscaping has been designed using drought-tolerant shade trees and shrubs, and the stormwater runoff is treated within the park site. Cedar Woolley has already invested in plans for civil landscaping, stormwater, and our project completes another phase of the existing park. All of our permitting has been secured as part of the phase 1 project, and we're at 100% design for this phase, and we're shovel ready. Matching funds will come for this project will come from the Growth Management Act Impact Fee Fund. And as Cedar Woolley transforms from a rural to an urban community, we are in desperate need to preserve and expand our outdoor recreational opportunities for our growing population. Using a combination of city funds and funding support from the RCO and support from our community partners, we think we can make this project a reality. Happy to entertain questions, and once again, this is our site plan.
Runaway mouse. Nathan, you did great on time. You still have a minute to spare, so plenty of time to add some things. So on that note, let's get some comments from our committee. How about Mo?
Yeah, just a few comments here. You know, the criteria has changed. I don't know if you applied last round, but you don't necessarily need all of the demographic data. I mean, it's sort of useful to have an overview of your community, but that's all scored automatically now. So just double check the criteria in the grant manual and make sure you're getting the most up-to-date criteria that they're asking for. On a number of your slides, they were very text heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And I would really try to synthesize your text into the key points that you're trying to communicate across. And then in your narrative, you can kind of elaborate on some of that, like you already did. And then also larger images, right? So we can really see what you're trying to do. Just it helps communicate things better. Yeah, those are my general comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Alex.
Hi. One thing that I came to this presentation, having read your application, was really intrigued with the fact it's an Olmsted Park, since many communities across the country have Olmsted Parks and they really celebrate them. And so I was really happy you addressed that, because it's one of my questions coming to listen to your presentation. And I might suggest you move that up in your introduction, because that really puts Cedar Woolley on a map in some way. And the other thing is having understood, and that's partly because I looked at your letters of support and what you were talking about in terms of connections to related recreation facilities and other kind of economic development motivations, partly brought by the port, the fact that the properties come to you with some other kind of affiliations. And it would have helped me to see more how this park leverages the proximity to those other parks. Northern State Rec area was mentioned in terms of a good connection to trails. So in terms of this being part of a bigger system and having a really good niche might be part of your story. Also, somewhere I read about the fish pond. I'm not sure what that is. So I was kind of looking for that. I came with some expectations having read the application, which I'm looking for. You might be able to weave in.
Can you see the so on the lower on the slide that's up now, it's the low right there, the lower Thompson Pond there.
Okay.
It's got that loop trail that kind of goes all the way around it.
I see it now.
Kind of hard to see the way with that aerial the way it is. It's kind of tough.
Yeah. Good. Thanks. I thought first thing I gravitated to that stormwater pond. I thought that's not it. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Alex. Teresa.
Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, I was going to add a similar comment in that there was I think a bullet point on one of the slides about how connecting to other recreation areas was a priority that you'd identified from the community. So maybe even just pointing out, if you can, while you have this slide up, where those connection points might physically be, would be helpful to see. And then in terms of just timing, since you had a little bit of extra time, I might have spent a tiny bit more time with the picture of the project area blown up, because we see this zoomed out photo a lot, and I was really looking forward to seeing the project area sort of zoomed in. And so if you have maybe a couple other things you can say while you're on that slide to allow that photo to be up for a little bit longer, I think that would be helpful to understanding what is actually in the specific area.
Cool.
Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you.
Al.
Yeah, actually, Teresa, you just nailed both of my last points as well, because I think that connection to the county property is key. You mentioned it early. And then also, I feel like some of the maps show this property going up and down where the point is pointing up. But then when you look at this project from the side, it kind of messes with your orientation between the two. Am I accurate with that, Nathan, or is it?
A couple of I think one of the aerial photos was taken from the opposite direction. The one of the undeveloped park, it's kind of rotated 180 degrees from the site plan, so that might be what's confusing.
Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit inconsistent, but
yeah, like
I think
that slide right.
Great, yeah,
see there you're. Right, yeah.
So is the project? I mean, the park is north and south on that, but then when we look at it from left to right, it's hard to figure out where the county property is, I guess. My point. And the county property is kind of around that in a backward C shape, it looks like on that.
Yeah.
That's a better view of it there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing. You really have to look at the little directional indicators like pointing north, but yeah, we'll see if we can maybe make that a little more clear.
Sure. Great presentation. Good project.
Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Any other comments or questions for Nathan? Hearing nothing else, Nathan, the committee will wrap up their written comments, as will your grants manager. Return your application for editing, and we'll see you back here in August.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so next project is Seattle, Lake City. And I'm not sure who is presenting today. So I've got Tracy and Rachel.
I will present. And yes, I apologize. I didn't put City of Seattle in my name. I forgot to do that, but I will present today.
No worries and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to see if I can hand you the remote. Okay, you should be able to click on it and take control. Looks like you have it. And just make sure you can move your slides.
Yep, looks like I can.
Great. So Tracy, this will be a timed practice for you today. And we've asked the committee to hold their comments and questions until you're finished. So you'll have 12 minutes to run through your presentation, and I'll be timing you on this end. So you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right, I will begin now. Hello, everyone. I am Tracy Bonashinsky, Co-Executive Director of Mid-Sound Fisheries Enhancement Group. It's really good to be here today presenting the Lake City Floodplain Park project on behalf of Seattle Parks and Recreation. Mid-Sound is not the applicant, but we are one of 3 project partners. The Lake City Floodplain Park project is a partnership between Seattle Parks and Recreation, Seattle Public Utilities, and Mid-Sound. Our project goal is to create a space that connects a diverse Lake City community to an improved accessible natural area, restore Thornton Creek on the property to a more natural state to reduce large-scale flooding, and to create and restore healthy habitat for salmon and wildlife. The project site is located in North Seattle in the Lake City neighborhood. Lake City is heavily urbanized, containing a mix of single-family and high-density residential housing alongside commercial uses like car lots and strip retail. The urban hub of Lake City, about 2 blocks east of the project site, which is outlined in yellow, is home to both legacy and present-day car dealerships and abundant hardscape. The project site was previously a private residence and contains hardscapes from a driveway, walkway, and building foundations. Here you can see the structure that used to sit at the front of the property near a busy arterial street. All buildings on site have been demolished in preparation for park development. Current access to the property is from the arterial at the south end of the site. You can see it in the background of this picture. The project site was heavily mulched following demolition to support restoration efforts. The willow with the yellow branches on the left is part of an emergent wetland. There are mature conifers on site, which we are prioritizing their retention in our park design. The project site includes approximately 200 linear feet of Thornton Creek, approximately 21,000 square feet of potential floodplain habitat, and approximately 19,000 square feet of upland habitat. There are currently just 3 parks within the service area, which is not enough park acreage to serve everyone in the neighborhood. Further, none of the existing parks provide the same kind of immersive nature experience the Lake City Floodplain Park will provide when it opens, and none of them would be able to, as none of them are situated on Thornton Creek. Our site is unique in that regard. Lake City is underserved when it comes to parks in general, and none of the existing parks allow people to escape from the busyness of the urban neighborhood. The number one thing I heard in early community engagement interviews is that residents are really craving green space and a connection to nature. They want a quiet forested oasis that can serve as refuge and respite for solitary exploration and small group gatherings. As a way to demonstrate how our project site would provide unique benefits as a park, I'll take you on a tour through the parks that currently exist in the service area. This is Virgil Flame Park. It's a nice open space with a traditional play area, but it does not come close to providing an accessible, immersive nature experience. And it does not have a stretch of Thornton Creek on it. This is Albert Davis Park. It has a tiny play area pushed against 2 buildings and is adjacent to a community center that burned down in 2023. No Thornton Creek here either. Finally, here's the Lake City Pocket Park. On the left side of the slide, you can see it there. It's small, entirely concrete, and barely discernible from the surrounding urban landscape. Definitely no creek here. It really is a gift that our project site, formerly private property, is under public ownership now. It creates an amazing opportunity for us to design a park from scratch that connects Lake City to Thornton Creek and a healthy forested creek buffer. It cannot be open to the public before construction because of safety concerns. There are steep slopes and uneven terrain. but Thornton Creek and mature trees on site currently provide natural habitat. This is a plan view of our 30% design drawing. We expect that this park will provide the passive recreation opportunities the community is craving, such as a connection to nature, walking, wildlife viewing, picnicking, socializing, and more. The green strip you can see on the left of the slide is entirely in private ownership, with the exception of our project site indicated by the yellow star. When the property went up for sale in 2018, strong community advocacy led to its purchase by the City of Seattle. The previous owners had allowed community members to picnic in their yard, and everyone involved in the early identification and purchase of the property, including the former owners, wanted it to become a publicly accessible community asset. I should mention that the Lake City Floodplain Park project is in the 2024 Parks and Open Space Plan. The entire project site will be renovated to provide passive recreation opportunities. Gathering spaces at the front and back of the park will allow for picnicking, socializing, and rest and relaxation. The entire site will be planted with native trees, bushes, and ground cover. Trails will facilitate walking, wildlife viewing, and will provide quiet as park visitors move away from the park entrance. The need for a public green space in the neighborhood was identified through community feedback and an analysis of existing parks and current land use in the neighborhood. Lake City is dominated by automobile-oriented development and land use, leaving residents with few opportunities to really experience healthy natural ecosystems. Our park design has been an iterative conversation with the community. We started by hearing their hopes and dreams for the project site and stayed aligned with need by looping successive feedback into each design refinement. We also referenced city performance requirements at each design stage. The good news is that the city and community are aligned on their priorities for the site. This is an elevation view of our design, showing how visitors will move down into the site from the street level. Our design for gathering spaces and trails works with existing conditions, including the elevation change from the entrance into the park and the mature trees on site. Our design is also responsive to the creek, allowing room for natural ecological functions like floodplain engagement. Here is our 30% plan view drawing again. We're excited to restore the health of the natural areas on site, including the creek, and create accessible trails and gathering areas that will allow for passive recreational use. Interpretive features of the site will be created in consultation with Native groups, including the Muckleshoot and Suquamish Indian tribes. Our cost estimate for construction comes from DCW, a certified cost estimator. Restoration of the creek and habitat is not part of the proposed project, but it will be happening concurrently and funded from other sources, including a secured grant from the Department of Ecology. Costs for construction of recreation elements include Seattle Parks and Recreation project management, tax, permitting, and escalation. Midsound will deliver 30% design sets in mid-June with complete documentation and all permits secured by mid-2026. This project will be ready to start construction in 2026, depending on construction funding coming together in time to hire a construction contractor to meet the fish window that summer. We have intentionally engaged the Lake City community in an iterative park design process. The main advertised community meetings have been held virtually during times advised by community leaders. In our first engagement, we asked community members to share their neighborhood needs and hopes and dreams for the new park. In our second engagement, community members placed tiles representing top park ideas from our first conversation on a map of the project site to create sketches of what the park could be. In our third engagement, we shared 2 park design concepts that we developed from consolidation of community park design sketches. Community members gave feedback on the kind of amenity they wanted to see in each section of the park, informing the preferred park design option selected by the City of Seattle. Through interviews with community leaders, at the very beginning of the project, we identified priority engagement groups who reflect the diversity of the Lake City community and whose feedback we have solicited at every engagement opportunity. In addition to those advertised community meetings, we have taken the same feedback opportunities directly to these priority groups, including elders, Spanish-speaking elders, youth, faith-based groups, and immigrant groups. We take these feedback opportunities out to them where they already are meeting in the physical world. And we've also taken those feedback opportunities to the Lake City Farmers Market and the Lake City Summer Festival and Parade. We've engaged tribal groups, including the Muckleshoot and Suquamish, to make sure that their priorities are reflected in our park design, and we will continue to be in conversation with them as the design is refined. This is what we heard from the community when we asked them to share their neighborhood needs, hopes, and dreams for the new park with us. Priorities like nature appreciation and viewing, quiet trails, and wildlife viewing showed up early and have been foundational to our park design. The city's formal partnership with Midsound, a 501c3 nonprofit, is one of the things that makes this project unique. We were selected to be the nonprofit partner because it fits perfectly with our mission. We engage people in on-the-ground efforts so local salmon and communities can thrive. Although we are not the applicant for this funding opportunity, we are the lead during the design phase, including community engagement and working with the landscape architect and engineering consultant. We will continue to stay involved during construction when Seattle Parks and Recreation will take over the lead role. Martin Fox, fish biologist with the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, has provided generous feedback on the project design to help us maximize creek function, including flood storage, and avoid regulatory barriers. Chris Leverson from Build Lake City Together, Mark Mendez at the Lake City Community Center, staff at Sound Generations, members of Thornton Creek Alliance, and many other community members and organizations have been integral partners in helping us connect authentically with the Lake City community. This park is being designed to flood, and all public access amenities are being designed to withstand that flooding. The bridge, for example, will be elevated above flood risk even during a 100-year flood event. Gathering spaces are planned for higher elevation areas outside the floodplain, and any boardwalks that might flood will be constructed of materials that can withstand being periodically inundated. Once the creek's floodplain is reconnected, the site will store more floodwater during flood events, reducing up and downstream flooding. Restored hyporheic exchange, placement of large woody material, and riparian plantings will slow and cool water, provide water quality benefits, and create better fish habitat. Increased flood storage capacity and lower stream velocities will reduce erosion and increase climate resilience. Riparian plantings will be native and therefore most supportive of native insects, birds, and mammals, and good for pollinators. The image here comes from some modeling that RIE consultants have done to help us understand the creek flow and floodplain storage potential on site. Our future park location is within walking distance of over 7,000 people and is easily accessible by multiple bus lines, bike, or car. It will create opportunities for physical activity like walking, social connections through gathering, and community education opportunities like opportunities for school groups to come and use the site for field trips. Our project team is committed to selecting natural materials that fit the look and feel of a nature area and be sturdy enough to withstand anticipated periodic flooding. We're creating efficiency in the provision of public services by increasing floodwater storage and infiltration on site, increasing carbon sequestration capabilities by restoring an on-site wetland, and increasing native tree canopy. Midsound has worked hard to raise nearly $1 million to support project design. Half of those dollars are funding design of the recreational elements for which Seattle Parks and Recreation is seeking implementation funding. The cost for Midsound to be project lead is much less than it would be for the city of Seattle. We're a small and nimble organization that operates without as much overhead as a larger one. Our smaller size and structure create time and cost efficiencies in decision-making and execution of ideas. Don't usually think of us as a cost-saving mechanism, but we've served that function in this project with much joy because it's such an amazing opportunity to serve fish and the community. Our commitment to this project was made in 2019, and even when Seattle Parks and Recreation takes the lead for construction, we will continue to be involved as a project partner. So thank you so much. I would be happy to answer any questions and take feedback at this time.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank
so you just ran over by about 30 seconds. Well, and we've got a question from Kevin.
Hey, Tracy, interesting to see you in another context.
I know. Hi, Kevin.
Hi there. We lost the slide image, Leanne, but could you go, or Deanne, I'm sorry, could you go back to slide 7?
Can you see it?
I can see it. I guess
Okay.
maybe I didn't have the right number. It was the
Okay.
one that had just go one or two back, front or back from that. It was a graphic and it had like a lot of lines going around in circles around the property or something.
Oh, that's the community feedback.
Oh.
Yeah,
there you go.
This one. There we go.
Yeah, I kind of got lost on that one with all those lines. I was trying to I don't know what those are at least in the time that I had to look at it. So I would suggest this kind of like simplifying that, or at least explaining it or something. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's good feedback. Thank you.
And then I'm totally impressed by the amount of match from a Mid-Sound from a nonprofit. And I don't think this really affects your scoring or anything, but I'm just curious, like, where does your funding come from that you have that that you can be that generous, I guess. So
yeah. Is that a question I should answer now or just have in mind?
I'll ask you when I see you in person.
Okay. Okay. That's good.
Alex.
Well, you're on this slide I had a comment about, so it's very convenient. I had a different distraction on this slide. It wasn't the colored lines. I got the idea it's sort of like a conceptual exercise with those pretty lines. Got me even more excited. I was a little bit distracted by what I think later you used the word on a different slide that made me think you're here referring to tiles. I spent a lot of time as you were talking to figure out consensus and divide. I thought, oh, this is a great way of somehow telling us something about engagement. So maybe maybe you tie some of this into the engagement section, which I think it's slide 21, you referenced something about tiles. Maybe these two pieces somehow relate.
Okay.
And you tell parts of that in different places or use some of the same image. Because I think it tells us something about your engagement process and how interactive it was. But maybe it does or doesn't fit right there on 17.
Okay, thank you.
The other comment I was looking at, I think it's slide 23. You were talking about partnerships and engagement. This one, yes, and just the level of support you had. You mentioned the tribes. Maybe that's technical assistance they were providing. And it made me immediately start looking for logos, because I noticed there are a lot of logos here, which are a good way of representing really important stakeholder contributions. Maybe you add some of maybe it's both the Muckleshoot and the Duwamish logos here. So I'm not sure, but that would be a good way to give them recognition, because I think it was on this slide that you verbally
I did, yeah. Thank you.
Jen.
Great project. I just have a question about, I think it's slide 4, when you show the previous owners. I'm not sure, since you need to cut time, I'm not sure if, previous condition. Okay. I thought, and then the next one says existing. Is that right? Current. Yeah, I guess it's a question I have is slide 4 necessary? Does that help your story or not? I don't know the answer. I'm curious.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think Tracy was probably being responsive to what was in the criteria about showing existing conditions. So yeah, maybe just, looking at the image and seeing, is that the best representation that would be most useful to understanding the project and the site? Well, Al?
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. And to add to slide 17, you have to go back to that, but I just wrote crazy busy, but I think you could really have 3 different slides out of that, because I think it's all good information. And I think those highlight great things. So maybe keep it, but spread it out, even though I know you're going to be short for time. And I'd just be interested, I was a little confused with all the partners. I mean, is this in the end, is it a stormwater facility? Is it a public utility? Is it a park? And who's going to maintain it? That would be interesting for me to know.
Thank you. Mark.
Yeah, I really like the floodplain restoration aspect to it, and just anticipating or planning for flooding. So often, proposals will go in and it works under these conditions, but it has to remain those conditions. But streams are dynamic and floodplains are dynamic, and so I really like that you're thinking about the materials you're using and the grade that they're at and all that. And I was just curious about, is there any in-stream work plan? Often these urban streams are fairly homogeneous, where it's all riffle, and trying to maybe think about different life histories of fish, pools, or even adding rocks here and there to just create some pocket water. Just thoughts from the biology part of things.
I told not to talk about that part during this presentation, but I would love to talk to you about that because I'm excited about that part too.
You don't have to go into great detail, but just that it informed your thinking is helpful for me from the sustainability standpoint.
Thanks, Mark. Alex.
This is just an added comment because of what some of my fellow reviewers have said. Partly when Jen said, I'm not sure about that slide that has the picture of the previous owner. What is that kind of thing? But what it made me think of is when you referenced the fact that the previous owner used to let his neighbors, people around the neighborhood, come and picnic on his property. And I connected that with having seen that image. And that means that the people who come to your engagement sessions, who are looking forward to this park, many of them already have attachment to this place, which which can be unusual. I know you have to count 30 seconds. You have to figure out how to tell this. It may not be helpful, but I just thought I would throw in the fact it was part of what resonated as others of the reviewers talked when we were revisiting the presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and actually Teresa had commented that she thinks it does help. It shows the investment that has gone into the site prep. So yeah, maybe a couple reasons it's useful.
All right. Any other comments or questions for Tracy? Hey, hearing none, Tracy, the committee will finish up their comments to you as well as your grants manager, return your application for edits, and we'll see you back in August.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. And for the rest of the committee, we are at our final and afternoon break before we see 3 more projects, and then we have our wrap up. So we're doing really great on time. And thanks everyone for being really great about coming back in a timely way from our breaks. Appreciate keeping this on schedule. It's a lot to keep everyone on task, and we're all doing great. So we will see you back maybe around 2:08. Or sorry, no, 2:23 for our next project. And we'll start promptly at 2:25.
Sounds good.
Thank you all. By the end of the day, I'll have all the technology figured out. So thank you all for your patience. Welcome, Russ. We are all just coming back from break.
Yep, perfect.
And I have you should be able to see your presentation up on the screen.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, I'm going to pass the control to you.
All righty.
Should be able to click on it and grab the mouse.
Yep.
Okay. And this will be a timed practice for you today, Russ, and I'll be timing you on this end. We have asked the committee to hold their questions and comments until you're finished. So you do have 12 minutes to present today, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
Perfect. My name's Russ Harrington, and I'm the Recreation Director for the City of Quincy in Quincy, Washington. And I'm here today to present our grant proposal for a softball field into a new development park. And this is kind of an overview of the park that we're working on and looking at. So the City of Quincy is pretty much the dead center of the state in Grant County. The yellow star indicates over the next couple of slides the location of our park as it will be developed. The picture image on the right-hand side shows our school district, which would be basically our service area with approximately a population of 12,000 people. We serve 3 different communities, the City of George, the City of Quincy, and Crescent Bar. And then you can also see where the gorge at George is located on that map as well, just a short 12 minutes south of the City of Quincy. And then the map on the left-hand side shows our city of Quincy limits with our urban growth in there as well. And the one thing that I've noticed here just over the last couple of days in preparing this one and the slideshow for the WWRP grant is I just looked up this morning our population estimates for 2024, and that number, we're just under 9,000 right now for the City of Quincy estimated in 2024. So since the 2020 census, we're up about 17% in population. And I've heard from some other reports that we're going to be almost doubling that over the next probably 7 to 10 years. So definitely a growing community. And then this slide just shows another zoomed in picture of where our park will be. The image on the right shows the red highlighted section. That's the part of the grant that we're applying for here. It's 1 softball field. The parking lot out of that, we plan to try and piggyback onto the road construction that is going to be going in as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the yellow star on the left just kind of indicates about where that field would be located in the empty field right there. So the next number of slides are showing our local need. We've got a few softball and baseball fields in our city park system. This is our only true adult softball field in our park system. It was put in roughly in the mid 80s, early 80s, give or take. It's the only lighted field of any kind that we have in Quincy, soccer or softball, other than the high school fields. So this is the only park operated one that we have. And if you look at those poles, those are old utility poles, PUD utility poles, and they were put in the mid 80s with the help of the local PUD district. And the lights that are up there are from that same era, the 1980s. They are not a very good set of lights. And our local PUD is the only people that we have around that have a tall enough bucket to get up and change those lights. So we can't even work on or service our own lights. No local electricians have light or buckets big enough or anything else. So we're kind of at a loss with those lights on those poles. So definitely in need of changing. And then you can see the backstop that we've got behind that field. Definitely not a legit. And there's probably about 8 feet behind home plate to the back of the backstop. And for adults, that's definitely not very much. So then a couple different angles of that same field. We have no dugouts. We just have 2 wing fences that roll into the grass and into the play areas. And the dirt and the ground cover that we've got on our infields of all of our fields is basically just whatever dirt was under the grass. We've never been able to mix anything in, so a lot of it's kind of blow sand and whatever was in the area after a farming unit got done with it. So we have to go through, I mean, numerous times a year just to try and re-level things after we get rainstorms or we get windstorms that'll blow up the, if you look in the picture with the fences, through that gap, you can see that shortstop area. And right at the edge of that fence or the grass line, there's kind of a ramp there because the blow sand builds up right there on the edge of the grass. So if you're in shallow left or center, you can take a big hop coming up like a ramp, like Evel Knievel coming up off a jump right there. So, and because of that, the blow sand in those fields, that shortstop area is probably about 15 to 20 feet deeper than what it really should be. Our infield takes up more space than what our actual outfield does. So, and then we've got a couple of smaller youth fields. These were put in about 24 years ago. There's been minor upgrades to the fencing, not much, but the fields are basically the same. And this is just directly north of the property we're going to be building on. And it was a farm unit in the 20 some years ago when we bought this property. And so again, they kind of just tilled up the ground, made a little area, planted grass around what would be a baseball field. And these, you can see the water build up. Those sprinklers ran the previous night, and that was at about 11 o'clock in the morning. They just pool up the water, and everything, you can see it around the bleachers there, just kind of sticks and runs off. We don't have much for drainage in there or anything else. So there's definitely a local need. And then this image is one of our local minor league baseball fields for our local teams. That's actually a field I played on when I was a kid in the 80s, and there hasn't been much to upgrade that since I played on it in the 80s as well. Again, same kind of dirt, same kind of field. The mound is in definitely not a up to snuff mound there, and they just get worked over hard. Some more pictures just kind of showing this is a local tournament that's going on for 33 years. Family puts this on, and you can just see some of the images of what we've got. Snow fencing in the bottom picture there for a outfield fence, and it's literally right up next to that play toy just to get about 240 feet, give or take. It's a short field on that one. So we definitely have got everything kind of packed in there. And then this is behind that adult field. There's like no visitor section, no room to look at anything. We don't have dugouts. Everybody just kind of camps where they can in a chunk of grass, and the teams are all on top of each other and along with the spectators and everybody else. So we're definitely in need of some upgrades. That tournament has been going on for 33 years. They bring in about 250 players, just players alone, 15 plus teams, about 4 times a year, 4 times a summer in our community. And that's excluding all the families, you know, so we get probably an influx of about 500 plus people on their tournament weekends. And there's not a lot of room for everybody to be around. So this picture just kind of shows our city parks are the green ones that have fields in them, and the 2 is our middle school and our high school. The high school definitely doesn't let the community play on those. That's a brand new field area up there. The middle school, they're starting to release a little bit of rains, but by and large, we're looking at 3 different fields in 3 different parks, and the 2 the farthest away, the 2 green squares, are about 1.5 miles drivable to go, and they have to use all of those fields when they're doing their adult tournaments right now. This just kind of shows, again, the star is where that new field will be. Just kind of the way the new housing developments are going in around Quincy. We are putting in some new streets in the next 2 years right around that park, going on with this program or this new park build as well. So here's kind of so the way the park looks right now, the way the ground looks right now, like I say, it's an old farming field. Hasn't been farmed in the last 5 or so years. The star is just kind of an indication of where that field's going to be located. Kind of the overview of the whole park there. In 2022, we were awarded the RCO PRA grant. So we've been working with an architectural firm to develop those exact schematics and look at the design. We're about 90 to 95% construction ready plans. I said we were building some new roads. Like I say, there's only one way to get out to the schools and these parks right now, and that's on that road on the left-hand side of the screen there. That's the only way to get out there. So the red lines indicating new roads are what we have in the works for the next two years to put in some more access out into that area of the park and the community. So again, there's the design from our architects, and we do have it broke down into phases. I've got 3 different grants in, including this one for phases 1, 2, and 3, YAF, WWRP, and the LWCF. And we're just trying to get what we can completed. We have, like I say, only one softball field with lights. We definitely need soccer fields with lights. And we're just trying to piece it together and get it to go as fast as we can and as the best we can. We are choosing this softball field and the soccer field first because we need lots of more parking around these parks. So the parking lot right there servicing both the soccer and the baseball field was our first thought on choice on getting developments there. As far as project engagement goes, over the last 4 years, we've been updating and we're in the process of finalizing our master park plan through council. We'll be submitting that. In the process of that, we've had numerous different community outreaches with local festivals, farmers markets, National Night Out, lots of different reach out. And over the last year, we just developed a new Metropolitan Parks District to build a new indoor field house, sports complex, and aquatic center. And again, we reached out into the community. We had over 425 responses on a survey, over 150 responses back to our community, our pros plan. We also went into the high school and talked to high school students about all of these, the new fields, the sports complex, the aquatic center. So we've done quite a bit of research and outreach over the last 4 years getting in there. As far as sustainability goes, one of the big things we're planning on doing is we've got 8 data centers in town that use a lot of water for their cooling towers in our data center system. And we've got a reuse system to recapture that water. And our plan is to use that for park irrigation throughout the city, new housing developments as they come in once we get it all approved, just to help minimize all that potable water. People in the Grant County have an issue with potable water, as a lot of places do on the eastern side of the state. And we've got a luxury of utilizing a secondary use for that water that they're going to get rid of. Part of this park system also, we're going to be building a maintenance shop to be able to service both parks that we have in the area. Right now, they've got to drive, our maintenance folks have to drive back into town to get any parts or to get equipment. And having a maintenance shed out here is going to help cut down on our travel back and forth and be able to store equipment out there. Just a few of the cost efficiencies. This is going to be about $4 million, little over $4 million for just phase 1, that softball field. A lot of this is going to have some infrastructure too. We've got $2 million in for the LWCF grant. We plan on applying for a grant next year with a local community foundation. The city's willing to contribute as well and going to be budgeting for that. And then with that reuse water for our irrigation, we know that there's some state funds and some federal funds to be able to capture and reuse that water for irrigation purposes after it's been through those cooling towers. And with that ends my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions that I can. How'd I know you were going to be right there, Al?
Thank you, Russ. And you ran just about a minute over.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so Al, go ahead and get us started. Comments for Russ.
Yeah, Russ, Deanne has to call on me to make it official, but Eastern Washington people always look out for Eastern Washington people. A little bit honestly unclear on exactly what you're asking for. So you're just wanting to fund the one of the 3 fields at this point and nothing else, correct?
Correct. With this grant, correct.
Will there be restroom facilities at any part of phase 1, or how soon will restroom facilities come behind this part of the project?
So the maintenance shop has also got restrooms in it, which we've got listed as part of phase one with the parking lot. But that maintenance shop has it in there. If I didn't have that listed in the stuff on Prism, it might have been an oversight, or I might have been trying to figure out what exactly I was trying to do. This is the first and second time I've ever applied for RCO grants, so I'm still understanding and learning the process on that.
Perfect. And along those lines, you might just want to stick to a bit more of a script. And it's really hard. Normally, in our business, we do just great presentations, but in this case, you really want to stay in the line in which you're asked to hit each area, which you do a pretty good job. But parts of the presentation just seem to be a little bit more off cuff, and if you really can just stay right on it, then it might keep you in a better time too. So, but great start, doing a good job.
Perfect. Thanks, Al.
Thanks.
Alex.
I think in some way my initial comment follows the one you just heard in terms of being a little unclear about what you're asking for, partly because I came away wondering, are you replacing substandard facilities? I wasn't sure if basically that means you're going to shift all of those uses to a new site, what the timeline is for eventually getting them all relocated, and then, what happens to those old ones. So a little clarification there, I think, obviously will help all of us. Also, I think it might have been on slide 3. You have what looks like kind of inset boxes, and the one on the right kind of blended in, that one with all the color blended in with what you were showing in terms of the city limits. So maybe it's just a drop shadow, or putting a couple of your other slides, you had a black line or a red line around the box on the right. It visually took me a minute to figure out what I was looking at. So a little help there. Also, relatedly on 12, I had trouble picking out, and maybe part of it's because of geography. You're talking about such a distance across the length of the city, north to south. I had trouble finding the existing city parks, the recreation facilities you were talking about being inadequate. They're light green and they disappeared. I quickly spotted the yellow that you're talking about for the school districts, but I couldn't find your city ones, which hung me up a bit. I noticed you talked about you're talking about parking, and I noticed on the plan that there was an innovation academy right next door. And in terms of phasing and when you get parking, I didn't know if there's any potential shared parking agreement. I couldn't understand the phasing of what would get built when, and when you'd have the capacity. You definitely made the point that you get overwhelmed with the numbers of participants that come for some of the big events. So I was trying to think through where else are you going and getting that? Maybe it's next door with an agreement. And then the last thing under engagement, I noticed, because of the images you had, that some of the outreach material that you portrayed had both Spanish and English. And I don't think you actually said that and it goes without speaking, I'm sure, but you must do and are doing bilingual engagement. And so that might be something you can highlight better in your presentation. Not every community is able to say they need to and respond to that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Jen.
Well, thanks. Hey, Russ, great project.
Thanks, Jen.
I think it's slide 12. Oh yeah, and I think Alex was referring to this one with the colors, but I think you can make a stronger case if the high school, whichever school fields are not available to the community. I wouldn't include them. I would just say this is a map of the fields that are available for adult recreational softball, if that's, or youth, whatever.
Sure.
And then I think it just, again, makes it a stronger case that you need the field upgrades.
So in that case, so like looking at that and talking about that, I kind of have this slide just to show the only fields in town, but coming off of the use, like even the green square in the middle, that's our minor league field. So the adults don't even use that. So are you thinking then suggesting take that one off and the 2 yellow ones just to show the distance between the 2 green ones?
Yeah, if you're truly focusing on adult softball,
I mean, Yeah,
And-
the baseball will use it, the youth baseball will use it because we'll double base it, but it's going to be a lot for the adult softball stuff.
I mean, you could even say dedicated adult softball. It's however you want to do it, but
Yeah,
I just
okay,
think that
yep.
you could make a stronger case there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Kevin.
I maybe you go to the slide. I didn't catch the number. Maybe it's around 20 or something like that, where you're talking about the planning. Yeah, I think that one. I was just trying to sort out how, in my mind, how in this planning effort, if you could sort of in some way, you don't have to do it now, but indicate how working on these fields came to be the priority. Because like I don't see, of course we didn't have long to look, but I don't see like in your word map there, I don't see anything that sort of seems to fit like that with me. So it could be just like, well, you're doing priorities somewhere else, and this is just the one you're asking for this kind of funding for. But I'm just trying to, I think it would strengthen your need case if you defined how this project came to be at the top, or at least one of them near the top or something like that. So
sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Teresa.
Yeah, actually just going off of what Kevin said, I think since you were a tiny bit over time, I think I might suggest there were lots of good pictures in the first couple minutes of the state of the current fields. I might suggest condensing those a little bit, maybe even just using the same pictures, but all on one slide or something, tightening that part a little bit to allow you a tiny bit of time here to do what Kevin was saying, identify, and the community said that we need, better facilities for this event. That's super important to us. And also to allow you to expand a tiny bit about the previous slide where you said, this is an area where there are new roads going in, maybe we expect new housing, the population is growing, giving that a little bit, tiny bit more airtime, and maybe tightening up the pictures of current conditions would be my suggestion.
Perfect.
Thanks, Teresa. Any additional comments or questions for Russ? Okay. Hearing none, Russ, the committee and your grants manager will wrap up their comments.
Perfect.
And your application will be returned and you'll have an opportunity to edit it. And we'll see you back here in August.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Welcome, Hannah.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull up your presentation. Okay, can you see it on your screen?
I can.
Okay, so I am going to pass control of the mouse to you.
Okay. I somehow got a toolbar on here.
Let's see, I'm getting a weird message. I'm going to try this again. Okay. Okay, you should be able to double click and grab the mouse. Looks like you have it.
Yep.
Your slides are moving. That's great. So Hannah, this is a timed practice. I'm going to go ahead and time you on this end. We've asked our committee members to hold their questions and comments until the end of your presentation. So you may begin whenever you're ready.
Great. My first non-scripted thing is, what a long day for you all. And if I had the way to virtually send you caffeinated beverages or chocolate, I would. Okay, but now to the script. My name is Hannah Merrill, and good afternoon to you all. I am the City of Sequim Parks and Events Manager, and I want to thank you for your time and this opportunity to present our request for RCO funds. I'm really pleased to present the city project to design and build an inviting gateway to swim at the existing paved space that's called Centennial Place Park. We'd like to convert this into a beautiful place where people can gather, connect, and infuse activity into our downtown core. The overall goal is to establish an accessible, sustainable green space commons to stimulate economic activity in this downtown core and to craft a distinctive outdoor destination that embodies the city's character. Swim is located in the North Olympic Peninsula off of Highway 101 between Port Townsend and Port Angeles, and the city is nestled between the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the Olympic Mountains. As you enter the city, either heading west or north, this park site welcomes you to swim. It's located in the historic downtown core and surrounded by local businesses, as well as tribal and civic centers. Aside from a small arboretum demonstration park that's located to the east, there is a lack of public green space inventory in the downtown core. And despite being a historic and modern gathering location for community events, the current condition of this park is an uninviting concrete space. It was most recently a gas station that underwent removal and mitigation over 10 years ago, and the current lot is uneven with poor accessibility and limited amenities. It's an eyesore in a delightful downtown area, and especially due to its downtown location and civic core, this park represents a dual opportunity for green space as well as economic vitality. The project was originally identified as a people's project in 2019. Essentially, citizens voted Centennial Place Park as a top capital project for the city. The People's Project was rebranded as the Swim Understory and continued to engage community. Feedback on what citizens wanted to see, feel, and experience within the Centennial Place Park was gathered via community surveys and outreach done virtually during the COVID pandemic. So the City of Sequim's 2022 Parks and Open Space Master Plan identified Centennial Place Park amenities and prioritized this project. Since 2022, Centennial Place Park has been prioritized on our capital improvement plans every year. Oops, sorry, I went too far here. Ah. How do I go backwards? It won't let me go back. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Great. The project scope. The existing features of this park include concrete asphalt surfacing, 5 picnic tables, 2 benches, trash can, small fence, and 8 to 10 portable planters and on-site utilities. The project will design and construct accessible and sustainable green space commons, as well as engaging community gathering space, and it will provide opportunities for performance and relaxation, a distinct sense of place in the city center, economic development stimulus, and community coherence. In addition, the design will complement the Tribal Cultural Center that's currently in development across the street. It will be available as a gathering space, a micro festival venue, or simply an enjoyable place to relax. The parcel was purchased in 2013 and has remained undeveloped. So this project reinvigorates the space, which in turn restores community coherence and economic activity. 30% design is underway, and community engagement thus far warrants keeping the momentum going. The city-owned parcel is in a zoned downtown core, and though unappealing and insufficient, this space already functions as a gathering area. As early as 1892, the first business and small grocery store were erected in this northwest corner of the main intersection. And interestingly, Mesker maps from the 1930s and 40s show the lot on the northeast corner of Sequim and Washington Ave as an original town site without any owner listed, so it may have already been a park or common space at that time. We endeavor to redesign and redevelop the existing historical gathering space. The developed park will have an immediate activation to high use year-round. and Public Works will handle ongoing maintenance and provide input throughout design phase. The proposal in front of you is to design and construct a transformation in this unappealing asphalt lot into an accessible and sustainable green space commons that would include inviting landscape such as permeable sloped lawn, drought-resistant plantings, a native prairie demonstration, and installing shade trees. And the park would include functional attractive spaces such as a performance space, wayfinding and welcome signage, permanent tables and seating, accessible concrete pathways, and night lighting. And our sustainability measures include using reclaimed wastewater for plantings and stormwater infiltration. The site accessibility includes walkability by after-school youth, accessible paths for limited mobility, adjacent to large public parking lot, and it is 1 block away from a bus stop and a regional pedestrian bike trail. The cultural integration embraces a downtown core that has been, busy and in use since the early 1900s, historically vibrant, bustling area, and reflects continuity with the nearby Tribal Cultural Center. It is a community hub, provides a respite and gathering spot, encourages community congregation, acts as a cooling space, and adds interesting features to the bustling downtown. The city hired a consultant to design 3 preliminary concept designs that included cost estimates. The top selection by the public was further refined by city engineer and public works staff. And the 30% design is underway to be completed this year. When funding is obtained, the project will proceed to final design and construction with a completion goal of 2026. The project, branded as SQUIM Understory in 2020, surveyed 260 respondents and conducted placemaking workshops that visioned elements of a new park. Recent Centennial Place Park project conceptual design work continued this effort and conducted outreach with a 2023 survey with 135 respondents and a public open house. Additionally, engagement has included meetings with stakeholders, including downtown merchants and tribal economic development leaders, and local news and city social media have brought further engagement. Letters of support we've received call out the value of the community sees in this project. The Jamestown S'Klallam tribe noted it creates a vibrant and inviting community space. The Chamber of Commerce, it's creating a downtown living room that our community will be a great benefit. The farmers market enhances our city's livability. Our downtown merchants valuing that for over 125 years, this has been the central heart of SQUIM. And our neighbor, the First Security Bank, supporting it as a catalyst for economic growth. Thanks to a suggestion from a tribe's formal tribal historic preservation officer, one of the elements of this project that we're particularly excited about is integrating a native prairie demonstration garden into this park. We've begun discussion with the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe to garnish their expertise in a prairie restoration demonstration. Other ecological elements that we plan to include are a stormwater infiltration via softscape, cooling shady space with increased tree canopy, native species to create endemic pollinator habitat, and drought tolerant plants. This site will increase social engagement and social health by providing a third space gathering, an educational demonstration garden, and there's multimodal access from the Olympic Discovery Trail and the local bus station. Our bus fares within Clallam and Jefferson County are free, and there's major connectors to bring folks from Forks to Bainbridge, crossing through SQUIM. And it is walkable to SQUIM schools, and it's always heartwarming to look out into that park and see the youth using this space. The improvements to the site are expected to increase the downtown rural economic vitality. This supports the COVID economic recovery through activating the downtown corridor. And we're excited to engage with the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe's developing cultural center and with local artists to create a distinctive heart of downtown SQUIM. The city owns the property with on-site utilities. The city stormwater fund will provide financial support and contribution, and capital campaign is in development, including grants and donations. I want to thank you for your attention this late in the day to our story of Centennial Place Park. We're excited to work with RCO and other partners to build this distinctive outdoor destination, and we look forward to your feedback.
Thank you, Hannah. Jen.
Hello, what a wonderful project this is.
Yeah, super exciting.
Let's see, I was thrown off by the third criteria was viability. Is that?
Yep, I'm getting us back there. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
Which slide, Jen?
I don't know the slide number, but it was after scope and before project design.
Like about
So number 3, viability. Well, is that from the acquisition grants criteria? Is that one that you threw in, or I just didn't see it on the criteria?
Oh, the viability?
Yeah.
It could be, yes. We realizing there might be some things from acquisition that we had incorporated into this, just not knowing we could clear those out. So that's
okay. Yeah. I mean, I thought it was good information that you could probably work into, at least some of it into your other categories. And then just the font is a little bit jumbled to me. Maybe that's the look of it that it's supposed to be, but it's a little bit distracting. So I would it looks fine on the, for example, on this slide, the part that says in zone downtown core is nice and clean, easy to read. Maybe it's when you bold it.
Yeah, the bolding makes it crowded.
Yeah, so I think that was a little bit distracting for me. But great project, great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Al.
I love this project. Did I miss it, Hannah, though? What's the yellow building right next to this parcel? Is it?
There's a place called Over the Fence that is adjacent to that yellow building is over the fence. It's a private business.
Okay, so they won't really feed into the park necessarily, but they're supportive of the park, I would guess.
Correct. They're very supportive. They were part of the merchant crowd that came by, and they have an awning here. Am I mousing? Are you seeing my mouse?
No.
Oh, okay. So the awning they have just the second tier down. There has like a space under there, and there's murals along there, and they were really excited. Like, you can incorporate this into this park, however we want to be connected. So they're very excited about it. Yes, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Deanne, was my time under 12 minutes? Despite galloping off with many slides in the wrong direction for a minute.
Yes, in fact, you had 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Okay.
Yes, you are under time. Other questions or comments for Hannah? Kevin.
Yeah, I forgot about it until it was great that this slide came back. Towards the end, you talked about the Native American idea of a demonstration garden or something, and I was thinking when I saw that, wow, this is kind of a small plot, and you're trying to do a lot in there, and so then when you came back to this, I don't really see where that would be. Is it
right? So this would be something that the places that are say 11 and 2. There's 3 spots on the left side of thank you there, and then below where your cursor is, and then to the to the right. Those are areas, and then the areas that say 5. And so there are small, it wouldn't be a massive, it's kind of like it would be a micro demonstration site. And we would, and there potentially might be some redesign around how that might fit in, maybe reducing the size of, one area where a tree is to make more prairie kind of, activate some prairie demonstrations.
Okay. And I can't remember now. I mean, I remember the slide that you talked about that on. Did it have like something to eat on it? I was
Oh yeah, that was the camas. So prairie grasses and camas are the part of the native prairie that was here, and that little flower is a camas flower, and the bulb was a camas bulb.
Okay. So I just kept thinking like, wow, I was thinking agricultural in some way or food, and it was like, well, you're not going to get a lot of harvest.
Yeah. It'd be more to show what the plants are and not be harvesting the camas, which they used to do, right?
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you. This looks so much year before and after and slides on this plot are just phenomenal. It's like such an opportunity for improvement there. So very cool.
Yeah. We wanted this done yesterday or maybe 5 years ago, but we're plugging along. So, yeah.
Any other comments for Hannah? Okay, well, hearing none, Hannah, the committee and your grants manager will wrap up their comments and return your application to you for editing, and we will see you back in August.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Get some good rest tonight.
Thanks. And Roxanne, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm going to pull up your presentation for Sprinker.
I get to go last. I stand between you and the end of the day.
Okay, and I'm going to pass you the remote. Okay, you should be able to click on it. And just make sure you can move yep, that's you.
All right.
Okay, so Roxanne, this is a timed practice for you today. I'm going to time you on this end. We've asked the committee to hold their comments and questions until you're finished. So you'll have 12 minutes to present, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Roxanne Miles, and I'm the Pierce County Parks Director. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to present our community's request for $2 million from the Land, Water, and Conservation Fund for conversion of grass sport fields to artificial turf at Sprinker Recreation Center, which is an outdoor sports complex serving over 170,000 residents. The Parkland is where the complex is located. It's at the heart of Pierce County. It's an unincorporated area in South Puget Sound. And the Sprinker Recreation Center is 35 acres located right on that border, which is 10 miles south of Tacoma. The entire area is unincorporated, but highly populated. And in fact, Parkland, Spanaway Midland urban growth area is 80,000 residents, and it would be the second largest city in Pierce County, as Tacoma is 200,000 and Lakewood 60,000. Our project is to complete work. You can see on the right side of the slide, we are just coming to the end of phase 1, which is putting in 2 artificial turf baseball fields with a multi-purpose overlay. Phase 2 at the site is to do what you see on the left, and that is to bring the full complex to 6 turf ball fields with 4 multi-purpose overlays. Synthetic turf is a necessity in the Pacific Northwest, and the only way for us to expand the sports, the seasons of play, as part of our county's commitment to get every youth in South Pierce County active in play. What you are seeing here is that while phase 1 renovated the rest of the park, this is what is left and what is currently in that 4-plex area. There are 3 grass fields, and they are only used for softball. They do not support older age baseball and are rarely used for other sports due to the dirt in fields, poor drainage, and risk of overuse. And we limit how much play is done there now by baseball as well as non-baseball sports due to the turf. And tournaments are especially challenging now, split between these grass fields and the new turf fields. For context and local need, Sprinker is a regional recreation center. We look at a local, and the flag of Sprinker there is in the middle, that local level, then a 5-mile level, and a 10-mile level, which is the peach to the outskirts, because we have both local and regional use at the site. There are 730,000 residents within that 10-mile, and 42% of them are BIPOC. While there are other community tennis and sports centers in the county, very few overlap in the 5-mile service area, nor do they include these sports complex features that we are talking about. The county's other sports complex is the orange dot. It is 8 miles away, and it is in the South Hill community and primarily serves Puyallup residents and those on the outskirts. And the gold dot is Metro Parks Tacoma Sarah facility, which primarily serves Tacoma. Again, within that 5-mile radius is the 170,000 residents that we are serving with this project. Just a little deeper dive into the community around Sprinker. That immediate area is designated as a Blue Zones community, which is a health initiative to transform communities with high risk factors and to provide infrastructure to make the healthy choice the easy choice. This is particularly important because the median household income is 12% lower than the average. There's a higher than average disabled population at 17%, and youth BMI is also high. The mortality rate for this part of our community is 23% higher, and so healthy activities are a necessity, and we have heard from the community that they desire to play more in different sports. We have highlighted this need in our local plans. They all indicate that there is a lack of sport fields for the growing population in Pierce County. These plans established a per capita sport field deficit and the need for new sport complexes and the update of existing facilities that are in this region that could be all-weather play. A recent State of Play report found that only 16% of youth in this area of the county were active daily, and the rate of completely inactive youth greatly surpassed the county and state average. We held sports summits in the fall of 2023 to map the system and service gaps from the youth and provider perspective, identifying the need for facilities to serve youth aged 10 to 18, hence the high school regulation fields and the multipurpose fields that we have put in this project, working towards closing the gap of the need of 10 additional multipurpose fields to serve soccer, football, lacrosse, and other sports. Right now, we are serving approximately 700 youth on teams, and we have to mitigate the impacts on grass, so we generally only support 1 sport per season. We are only utilizing fields a fraction of the season, days, hours, and times that we could with synthetic fields. We can program more sports, more games, more of the year, and more hours of the day with fewer losses of capacity once the field is turfed, moving to a strong profile of 5,000 players annually. We need to recapture the older youth who are now leaving the community to play competitive sports. So ultimately, the goal in the scope of this project is to expand youth sport opportunities, creating a pipeline from recreation to school play, serve all 30,000 youth who live and are served by the Franklin Pierce and Bethel school districts, which are the school districts that serve Parkland and Spanaway, to attract and serve more diverse user groups and be equitable and accessible in our design and service delivery. So the phase 2 project is focused on the 4 field cluster that you can see on the screen. By changing those 3 grass fields, we will go to 0 grass fields. We will be able to move from the 2 turf ball fields that are on the right to a total of 6. We will go from the 1 multipurpose field that's on the right to a total of 4. And we will expand the number of seasons and hours of play and greatly multiply the number of youth we can serve, taking a huge step forward. Now, this particular application is for what we call 2B. It is basically half of the phase 2 complex. So it will put in place a softball field, the high school regulation baseball field, and it will add the overlay between those fields as well, do a connecting overlay between the 2B and the 2A projects at the top of the screen. Our hope is to do 2A at the same time so that we can save on groundwork cost. The course, the fields will also include all of the amenities needed to serve the youth, but we will not have the restroom or fencing in this project as it is outside of the scope. Overall, the features are at the heart of it, the synthetic turf field conversion, and making sure those fields are lined and set up for multiple sports and multiple ages of play. We will also be adding features to make sure the site allows for full player engagement and a chance for youth to play under the lights in front of family and friends. We have received our cost estimate, and it includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation, and it was prepared by our landscape architect who has a lot of experience and based this also on our phase 1 cost. Again, this cost estimate is just for the 2B work that I just described, and we are in design and we're obtaining permits by early 2025 with the intent to bid and begin work late 26 and have the complex complete early 2027. The project design will mitigate loss of green space in the area and will also make sure the design fits into the new site design overall. The field of play will be accessible, which is very important since the site will support Special Olympic and adaptive sports. The current parking lot is greened and landscaping will be added. A walking trail will ultimately loop the complex and connect to the Parkland Trail, which is a trail system that aligns and connects the school and local youth with the complex. We interacted with several members of the community focusing on Parkland, Spanaway, Midland users in the 5-mile radius. While there was support of all the phase 1 improvements, there was also many concerns about the quality of the fields and the desire from the community to get to play more sports that would satisfy multiple interests. While the ball and soccer fields cannot be used simultaneously, we will be able to expand and cross seasons and fully program fields without a rotating rest or a high risk of rainout. Following public outreach, we engaged sport field users. A state of play report and sports summit led to an inventory of all uses and needs in the region. This led us to focus on 10 to 18U and the addition of the high school regulation fields and more multi-purpose overlays to maximize options. The fully accessible design was also important to ensure that all youth could be engaged. A South Pierce Active Kids Coalition was formed to continue the work of developing programs to fill the sports complex and also ensure all facilities meet the design and the needs as we move forward. All partners are fully committed to developing the complex and the programs that are needed to get all 30,000 youth in the Franklin Pierce and Bethel schools of Parkland and Spanaway fully involved in active play. In particular, Still United is a program partner, and the South Pierce Active Kids Coalition is us, Parks, working alongside the schools to make sure there is a program opportunity for every youth. For sustainability, we definitely have many elements that we are bringing into play. Landscaping surrounds the fields, and the synthetic turf fields will eliminate carbon emissions from mowing acres of turf. It'll alleviate millions of gallons of water for irrigation, and it will stop over 1,000 pounds of fertilizers and chemicals from needing to be used each year. This also saves over 500 annual hours of maintenance time and is better for the environment. Trees and greenery will restore natural elements in the park in low maintenance, appropriate ways. For social, the construction of the ADA accessible Parkland Community Trail, which I showed you before, this image here on the left, as it connects into the park, you can see how it is connecting the schools and it is bringing residents from the local area into the complex without use of a car. There is also a brand new bus rapid transit stops that are within 5-minute walking distance, and it's drawing the community safely into the park, which will be expanded to allow for more uses. Beyond the sport fields, there are also drop-in active play features. For economic sustainability, partners are and will be key to fully utilizing the site and bringing sports to the community as an economic driver. Still United will do the free clinics, camps, and exploration, but the site is perfect for regional, state, and national events that put heads in beds and benefit the small businesses in the area. We will also be capitalizing on existing equipment to maintain the turf fields, and by us building A and B together, it's the most economical way for us to leverage tourism funds and bring the complex to completion. Our cost efficiencies is that we have a balanced profile. Lodging tax and private funding brings nearly 30% to this project, with state grants and county match funding the rest. And we have the $500,000 pledge, with another $1 million actually associated with the 2A project as well, showing the high enthusiasm for this project. And the lodging tax grants will be incremental from 25, 26, and 27 through the completion of the project. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Thank you, Roxanne. You went over by just about a minute. So comments for Roxanne, Teresa.
Yeah, thanks. This was really interesting, and it was helpful to see those different colored outlines for 2B, 2A, and phase 1. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the last part you were saying. Is most of the funding or most or all of the funding for 2A secured already, or are you securing 2A and 2B sort of simultaneously? I guess was the first question. And then the second one is, I think the numbers that you had on the second to last or third to last slide there don't quite match up with the very, very first slide. Maybe just a copy and paste thing, but just something to double check quickly.
Okay.
Thanks, Teresa. Al.
Great job, Roxanne. I like this project a lot. I would highlight slide 5. I think you quickly showed that non-regulation field that hits into some of the other fields, which is crazy. I would definitely highlight that needs to be replaced. You can kind of see it down there on the bottom where they, if I'm looking at it right, I think that they'd hit towards those other fields, which is not cool. Probably why it's non-regulation. And then I'd be interested in hearing more about, I think it was slide 20, you mentioned this new active youth commission or something.
Trouble with this, but okay.
I'd love to hear more about that too, and what their role is going forward, but that's a unique perspective and might separate you from some of the others. So great idea. The sports summit, the Pierce, the South Pierce Active Kids Coalition, what their role will be going forward. It'd be pretty interesting.
I think so.
Thank you, Al. Any other comments or questions for Roxanne? Jen.
Well, I was trying to give a suggestion on where to cut out since you're a minute over, but since Al just added something else. I mean, this is pretty obvious, but just maybe one of the criteria that's not worth as many points. So anyway, great presentation, super project.
Thanks, Jen.
Dan.
Yeah, thank you for a great presentation. Really interesting project. On I think it was slide 6 that had that map. Just a thought. I think it might be interesting to clear up. Could be interesting to clear up some of that data on there, like with pools and things like that, to really kind of show the direct alignment of the need here. There might be some things there that show up on the map, but don't necessarily relate to directly how this can serve the community really effectively. Highlights those gaps a bit more.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Okay, Hearing nothing else, Roxanne, the committee and your grants manager will wrap up their comments and your application will be returned for revision. And we'll see you back here in August.
Perfect. Thank you. Go.
Thank you. So I'm going to conclude the formal part of the meeting. So this concludes the Land and Water Conservation Fund Technical Review meeting. And you can visit our website for more information at rco.wa.gov. And thanks for joining us.